The House will come to order. I've got my own gavel, by the way, so yeah. One of our greatest privileges is freedom of religion and to pray as we will to God. And so we have, now we'll have the prayer by the chaplain.
Good morning. It's an honor to stand before you. Thank you for all your good work. Let's pray. Almighty God, we lift before you all who govern this state. May those who hold power understand that it is a trust from you to be used for the service of the people. Remove from us cynicism, selfishness, and corruption. Grant in your mercy just and honest government, and give us grace to live together in unity and in peace. Lord God, you call your people to honor those in authority. Bless the leaders of this great state, that we may be at peace among ourselves and a blessing to others. Almighty God, we commend to you your gracious care in keeping all the men and women of our armed forces at home and abroad. Defend them by day with your heavenly grace. Give them courage to face the perils that surround them and grant them a sense of your abiding presence wherever they may be. And God, our Creator, you have ordered seed time and harvest, sunshine and rain. Give to all who work the land compensation for the work of their hands. Grant that the people of this and every nation may give thanks to you for food, drink, and all that sustains life. May you use with care the land and water from which good things come, and may honor the laborers who produce them. Amen.
Amen. The prayer for wisdom is always answered. The chaplain for the day is Reverend Craig Hansen, Our Savior's Lutheran Church, Circle Pines, Minnesota. 900 times I've been told to stand and recite the pledge. I'm glad I was told to stand. I might not have otherwise stood. But I've watched Mr. Lincoln up here, and he gave me a quote that inspires me. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace amongst ourselves and with all nations. And I think we need to continue to finish the work we are in and to be forever inspired by this great man. So while you're standing, please recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. I didn't get a chance to meet you. Good to see you. Thank you. Good to see you. Take care. Oh, God.
Our quorum is present. One tradition we don't have is actually listening to the... Oh, that's right. The clerk will close the roll. Sorry. Screwing up already. Our quorum is present. One tradition we haven't really enjoyed is actually having the clerk read the entire journal. If anybody would like to have that motion, it's in order now, but otherwise, If there's no objection, the further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk in ways he might find interesting. Hearing no objection, the journals are approved as corrected by the chief clerk. I'm screwing this all up here. Now I'll do it again. There you go. This is harder than you think. Oh, I didn't want to hear it. All right. Comparison reports.
Is that okay?
You want to do comparison reports? Do you have to actually read it? Oh, okay. No, I can do it. Do you want to really read it? Actually, members, just so you know, the clerk actually has to start reading the journal, even though we know we're not going to listen to any of it. So if the clerk would read the journal of the preceding day, then I'll quit messing up his speaker's podium. Go ahead and read, Al.
Journal of the House, 88th Session, 2014, 89th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wednesday, April 23rd, 2014.
If you'd like to hear more, please stand. Otherwise, we'll have the clerk will dispense with further reading of the journal and have it be approved as corrected by him. With no objections, so ordered. Oh, people wanted to hear. Sorry, I didn't see you. Speakers never see people when they're standing, especially if they don't want to see them. Comparison reports. There's a copy of this order of business on each member's desk. If there is no objection, the motions will prevail. Are there objections? Okay. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail and the substitutions will be made. Oh, really? Okay. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading of Senate File 1246.
Oh, second reading.
Second reading of Senate File 2466.
Second reading. And so we're going to move into some business for here, but I'd like to just offer you one more quote before the speaker comes and takes me away from messing up his job up here. In the movie The Replacements, Coach Jimmy McGinty offered some advice. And on behalf of Representative Huntley, Representative Holberg, Representative Paymar, and others, I offer you this thought. They shouldn't have been afraid of you. They have not been afraid of you, and they should be, because you have a powerful weapon working for you tonight. There is no tomorrow for you, and that makes you all very dangerous people. Okay. We have introduction. You can come up.
You can do the introduction.
Okay. Introductions of the bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 3356 and 3357.
First reading, House Files 3356 and 3357. Yeah. Thank you, members.
Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate files 2047, 2175, 2312, 2390, 2449, 2608, 2736, and 2782. Signed, Joanne Emshoff, Secretary of the Senate.
I think we have one more here. What?
Message from the Senate. This is the Moline motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2536, an act relating to state government. Moline moves that House File 2536, move that the House concur in the Senate amendment, refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2536, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of three members of the House, and that the House request that the Senate appoint the same.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. That's my motion. This is the Women's Economic Security Act, and I'd ask for a conference committee.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2047, an act relating to health. Norton moves that Senate File 2047, House File 2526, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2175, an act relating to state government. The bill has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2312, an act relating to state government. Nelson moves that Senate File 2312 and House File 2617, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2390, an act relating to elections. Bernardi moves that Senate File 2390 and House File 2516, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2449, an act relating to natural resources. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2608, an act relating to local government. Anzels moves that Senate File 2608 and House File 2970, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2736, an act relating to public safety. Johnson C. moves that Senate File 2736, House File 2295, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2782, an act relating to campaign finance. Winkler moves that Senate File 2782, House File 3033, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee at House File 2536. Moline, Moran, and Kresha.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2785. The clerk will report the bill.
Okay, I don't have any list. House File 2785, the first engrossment, an act relating to government.
Representative Dorholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 2785 is addressing a concern that, if you look at some of the statistics, 1999, a little over 10% of the state workforce had a disability. Right now, we're at about 3%. And there's an incredibly large untapped pool of talent that many of us feel is missing. So this bill would explore a possible fund that would address this concern and find out why. It's a great bill. I'll stand for any questions, and I'd appreciate a green vote.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will report give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2785.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1425. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1425, number 2 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to local government.
Thank you. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House File 1425 makes a few minor changes to the annexation statutes, which are oftentimes a little bit controversial around here. But this has been worked out by the parties involved. This would include the Minnesota Townships Association, the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities, and the Minnesota League of Cities. There are 3 sections of the bill, the minor changes that were agreed upon by the parties. In Section 1, we changed the definition of property owner to mean a definition of any owner, any fee owner, and any property, not just the owner of the interest in the land. The Section 2 actually says that the property description or boundary of the area means the legal description of the property. This is a result of a judge's ruling that, I believe here I can read, that in one case, the property owner, because a town lost 57 acres after a judge found that he had to accept a general description of a parcel boundaries rather than a formal legal description. So that's clearing up a little bit of language that sometimes the judicial branch errs on. And finally, Section 3, it aims to go and prevent some abuses of the 120-acre rule. A city can annex a property up to 120 acres if it's owned by the same landowner. There had been some efforts by landowners that wishing to have their property annexed would go and subdivide parcels greater than 120 acres. So this just states that if a parcel has been proposed to be or is any point during the previous year been subdivided from a parcel of greater than 120 acres into parts less than 120 acres, the 120-acre rule would apply. The sections are effective following enactment, and the enacting language states that it's only for proceedings going forward. So if there is something currently going on, it would not apply. Thank you, and I'll stand for questions.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1425.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2236. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2236. Number 3 on the calendar for today, an act relating to state government.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows certain meeting notices for state agencies to be published in the state register or on the agency's website. It is intended to correct a notice problem in the case of special meetings. Current law allows special meetings to be noticed by publication in the state register or on the agency's principal bulletin board. Now, if you've been to any of those new state office buildings, you have to go through security to get there, so the bulletin board may be in a place that is completely inaccessible to the public. Unfortunately, special meetings require 3 days' notice, but the state register for notice to be published requires 7-day notices. So the only option in this case, if a meeting needs to happen between 3 and 7 days, is for the notice to be published on the agency's bulletin board, in which case it might be inaccessible to the public. So this would allow the notice to be published in either the state register or on the agency's website. It's intended to increase access to notice to public meetings from what's in current law. I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
There's no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2236.
Third reading. Any discussion of the bill? Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author please yield?
He will. Representative Swedzinski.
Just a quick question, Representative Freiberg. Will this affect the MNSure Board at all when their open meeting law rules that they are affected by?
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Swedzinski. The bill does apply to state agencies, to meetings of agencies, boards, commissions, or departments of the state. So I believe the answer would be yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Fisher votes aye. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2310. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2310, an act relating to state government.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the minute or the MN.IT unsession bill. Because they're a relatively new agency, they don't have a lot of things to clean up, so it's a very small bill. Basically what it does, it eliminates some redundant powers that appear in minute statutes, clarifies that minutes jurisdiction within the executive branch of state government, and it in the repealer, it's sort of an outdated task force, eliminates obsolete language for the Department of Administration to provide administrator support to minute, and in language providing authority for joint actions, which appears again verbatim later in the statute. And with that, that's the bill. So, members, I hope for a green vote. This is probably the most important bill we're going to vote on this year.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Con, moving to amend Senate File 2310 as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is essentially just a technical amendment that continues the work of the Downey-Kahn bill, which was the integration of information systems.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading. Senate File 2310 as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill?
Speaker, would the author yield to a question?
He will, and you guys can do that. Okay. Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Representative Nelson, you probably won't be surprised by my question. My question to you is, does this bill in any way save the state any money or eliminate any active board, commission, or agency, or is it just eliminating some words?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, I can't clarify that's going to save any money. It's just cleaning up the statute, eliminating some obsolete dates. So I can't say it's going to save any money, but it does not eliminate any boards.
Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing none, although the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2695. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2695, the first engrossment, an act relating to commerce.
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 2695 is the continuing ed course requirement changes with the Commerce Department. So for insurance agents and real estate agents, currently right now when, for example, if Representative Davids has to go do his continuing ed, he's got to come to a classroom situation. So what it would allow is to basically modernize it so you can do teleconferencing education and to do the coursework. It still is a live teacher, but so they don't have to drive to a classroom and be there and be present. So it helps in that way. And I don't know of any opposition and appreciate your support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2695.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, again, like yesterday, thank you, Representative Lillie. I think it's a good bill. I'm not aware of any opposition as well, and I would urge members to support this bill and vote yes. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lillie, will this also apply to other trades and licensed professions beyond the couple that you mentioned?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Hertas. It does cover some other occupations, and I'm not exactly sure which ones they are, but insurance agents and real estate agents for sure, and I can try to figure out the answer, but I think some others are covered.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Representative Lillie, and we do need to move forward with technological advances in terms of these requirements, oftentimes onerous requirements, and please stay tuned for next session.
Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3073. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 3073, the third engrossment, an act relating to insurance.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to your bill.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you. Good morning, members. House File 3073 has been called the Anti-Fraud Act, or Insurance Anti-Fraud Act. I want to start by thanking former Representatives Gazelka, now Senator Gazelka, and Senator Jensen, as well as Senator Metzen, for their efforts, the Insurance Federation of Minnesota and insurers, the trial lawyers group, and the chiropractors, who've all put in countless hours on this legislation. Most in agreement. There are some provisions that just the insurers like, some provisions that just the lawyers like, some provisions that just the chiropractors like. A couple of highlights aimed at stemming fraud, insurance fraud here in Minnesota, is up to a $25,000 per act administrative penalty that would be allowed for the Commissioner of Commerce to invoke when there's instances of insurance fraud. Immunity from liability for insurance support organizations that release relevant information. A tightening of billing practices. Pro-consumer increase in benefits that no one is that are long overdue. Been about 40 years since any of those benefits have been improved. One of the more important items is a task force on motor vehicle coverage verification. It's been reported that 1 in 6 drivers in Minnesota are driving now without insurance, and there's nothing worse than a car accident with somebody that doesn't have insurance, so you end up having to rely on your own insurance to have to pay your bills. Those are some of the provisions. I'd be happy to stand for any questions that members may have, and I'd appreciate your support.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 3073, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I came to the House, I was nervous about speaking on the floor. I never thought about it being speaking from the podium. I like it down here much better with all the regular ones of us. The amendment that I'm offering is just a placeholder for an agreement that's going to happen. Section 5 of this bill talks about payment schedules, and if this bill were going to become law, if this was a Senate file on the way to being going to the governor, there'd be a whole bunch of different discussions going on. The problem is there are some people who are providers, some of my profession, some other ones, who are not ethical. The minority, small minority, absolutely. But they see these auto cases as sources of a way to pay for vacations and other things instead of caring for the client, the injured person. And the association and I and others are totally not in favor of that whatsoever, be they in any profession whatsoever, and everyone has them, and they embarrass us. And they cause troubles, and they make these kind of bills need to come forward. The average clinician is extremely ethical and motivated to do the right thing. But right now, what this bill would do if you're not careful, it would deny an honest provider the chance to get paid, the way this Section 5 is. And the amendment is just it was actually meant to be an amendment. We have amendments to the amendment if we could come up with an agreement, but there's no agreement. This is going to go forward. And so the intention of the author and of the Insurance Federation is to streamline the no-fault work and to actually deal with fraud and corrupt providers, as is my goal. And so this bill has some pitfalls yet. I plan to vote yes, because I've been assured by both the author and the Insurance Federation and others that this will be worked on, there will be an agreement. And so with that, members, Madam Chair, I will withdraw my amendment, and I think members could feel comfortable voting yes on this bill if they're willing to see a work in progress go forward. Thank you.
Representative Abler withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 3073.
Third reading. The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the author yield for a couple of questions?
He will yield. Representative Uglum.
Representative Atkins, I think everybody would like to fight insurance fraud, and I have a couple of questions about this bill because I have some reservations about it. First of all, you mentioned that the Minnesota Insurance Federation has spent countless hours on this, but it's my understanding that they're not supporting the bill in its current form. Is that correct?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Uglum. That would be news to me. I'm not aware of their opposing the bill.
Representative Uglum.
Would the author yield again, please, Madam Chair?
He will yield. Representative Uglum.
Representative Atkins, well, it's my understanding that they're not. Now, the mandated benefits under the no fault, which I think we all understand we have to reform, are there any offsets in the bill, or it's my understanding that this really could result in increased premiums for all of our insurance holders? Are there any offsets that will not result in the increased premiums that we can expect right now?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Uglum. I've not heard any representation that that would increase premiums. In fact, I've heard the opposite. There are two benefits that are being improved upon. One is the funeral benefit that has been $2,000 for decades and would be up to, I believe it's $5,000 or $6,000. So still not much more than a pine box, but a very modest increase. And then the other benefit would be that the current law allows for $250 a week in wage loss benefits. This would allow for up to $500 a week to be paid in wage loss benefits, but it would not increase the overall cap. The overall cap would remain at $20,000. And it's not been represented at any time during the course of the testimony before multiple committees that that would cause any increase in rates whatsoever.
Representative Uglum.
Madam Chair, would the author yield one more time?
He will. Representative Uglum.
Representative Atkins, I understand that there was a bipartisan group that was working on this quite some time ago, and it had law enforcement support, prosecutors, number of consumer groups, all behind a working part of this bill. Are those same groups okay with this particular bill that you brought forth to the floor?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Uglum. The Senate had a working committee or a task force with respect to it. They had a number of provisions that they wanted in the bill. As the bill has come through the House process, there have been a few provisions that have been added. There have been a couple provisions that have been taken out. And again, I'm not aware of any opposition that's been voiced from any of the groups that you indicated, that any of them have expressed any sort of opposition to the bill.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Discussion. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield to a question?
He will. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Atkins, as I look at the bill, Section 13, I believe, is the same as House File 2964, which is your bill. And as I look online and check my memory, I don't think we heard that in the Commerce Committee. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hoppe. That provision, if I recall right, was Representative Chair Hillstrom's amendment in her committee. It dealt with judicial process and when a certain motion with respect to good faith, if I'm remembering the right piece of it, when a certain process or a certain motion with respect to a good faith hearing would occur. Currently, those provisions, and Representative Hillstrom can speak to it as well or better than I can, but some of those are being brought before the trial has concluded. And the judges, most of the judges are saying, we don't want to hear that yet. Let's put that towards after the conclusion of the matter. But it's taking up court time by hearing the bill during the course, or hearing the motion during the course of the litigation. So what this says is that those sorts of motions would take place after the litigation is concluded. I think that's correct, Representative Hillstrom.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Atkins. Would the author yield one more question?
He will. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Atkins. Is this Section 13, is this included in the Senate bill currently? Do you know?
Representative Atkins.
Madam Speaker, Representative Hoppe, I don't know for sure. I don't think so, however.
Representative Hoppe. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 77 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2853. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2853 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to commerce.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. House File 2853 has bipartisan authorship and has passed all committees with, I believe, unanimous bipartisan support. It's the Commerce Department's technical bill. I carry it because there's so many potential questions that can come up in that it applies to just about every area that the Commerce Department deals with. But there's nothing in here that is proven to be controversial at all. The 5 pieces to it: it changes appraiser licensing for federal conformity, changes or updates Petrofund definitions, makes technical corrections to the administrative services area, streamlines the department's enforcement powers, and adopts 2 important and non-controversial model acts that are supported by the industry as well as by the department. That's what the bill does. With that, I'd appreciate support and stand for questions.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moving to amend House File 2853, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that will just provide consumers with a little bit sooner information about their rates, and it moves it up from January to October. This is supported by the Chamber of Commerce and provides wide support from community groups and purchasers across the state of Minnesota. Most other states do this. We do this. It doesn't cost any money, and we would appreciate your support. I've heard of no opposition to this, either in committee or since I've put it out on the floor, and I'd appreciate your support and a green vote.
Representative Atkins.
Would the author of the amendment yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dean, I'll lay a little bit of a base and then I'll actually ask a question. My concern about this is actually it's in 62A, the release of rates, which is not germane to this bill. I'd rather not make a motion under Rule 3.21, but I do support the concept that you've of releasing the rates a little bit early. I think only makes sense. I believe that the rates this year will be effective November 15th, and I think it would benefit consumers to see those a little bit ahead of time. I wouldn't go, 6 months ahead of time because it would create practical issues and confusion. But, a week or 10 days or something like that I think would make a great deal of sense. What I would suggest that we do, if it's all right with you, my question is, would you be willing to withdraw the amendment? We'll find hopefully some vehicle for which it's germane. Otherwise, I guess I can make the motion on germaneness, but there's nothing in the bill that is within 62A. And so, but I would be more than happy to work with you on trying to find an early release date for those rates.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, I would appreciate a roll call on this, and if I thought that we had if I thought that we would have a natural candidate for amendments that may be germane to a bill having to do with MNsure, I would agree with you. But we've been having a little bit of difficulty in that. Apparently, MNsure amendments are not germane to the health care bill. They're not germane to insurance bills, and they're not germane to anything else. So I'm not going to hold out my hope. I think the grass is getting a little green, so I think the end of session is in near hopefully. So I would ask for a roll call on this, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would be happy to work with Representative Atkins or anybody else to find something with a little tiny hook that we could put this little cap or other cap similar to it up on from here on out.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's fair enough, Representative Dean. Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order, and am prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Under Rule 3.21, the motion before us is not germane, and again, prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Nothing in this technical bill addresses Chapter 62A. Representative Dean's amendment is within 62A, and even while I might support the concept underlying his amendment, If we start doing this, then we make all of these bills germane to just about everything. Literally, Representative Drazkowski had this same motion yesterday on an omnibus bill. I think Representative Hilster was the author of the bill. She attempted to put on an amendment dealing with court reporters. It wasn't within the chapters that were being addressed, and I believe it was eventually just withdrawn because Representative Drazkowski made a good point with respect to his point of order. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that you find the point of order well taken.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, and I probably should have stood up before Representative Dean or Representative Atkins because I'm hoping that I have what I'd like to do, and I know I can't, but I'd like to ask Representative Atkins a question that might allow us to avoid this. And what I'm wondering, can the governor do this unilaterally? And that's my advice, Mr. Speaker. Just throw that question out there. Thank you.
Representative Abler.
Mr. Speaker, can I go back up there and then rule on this since I was up there earlier? Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure you'd rule the same as me. Representative Abler.
Fair and equitable, Mr. Speaker. We're always relying on your justice. We have, if there was a headline story coming out of this biennial legislature, it would be implementation of the Affordable Care Act / Obamacare. If there's a headline that you're going to put in your brochures, it's like, great news, it's been an awesome success. 200,000 people are now enrolled in here, half of whom are in medical assistance using paper at the county level. And so we've been trying to talk about this all session through amendments and having bills brought forward and no hearings, no amendments being allowed. No one wants to talk about the problems. Instead, we have celebratory press conferences saying, oh, we've exceeded our expectations, which was actually the high to the medium.
Representative Abler on advice on the point of order.
Oh, yeah, that. Okay. Anyway, so, Mr. Speaker, if not this bill, what bill? If not this bill, when is there going to be a chance to talk about this thing that's so important to all of us, to all of Minnesota? And this bill is about insurance. The amendment is about insurance. The bill is about protections for Minnesotans, to have proper treatment by the Department of Commerce. The bill is about what commerce and the insurance, the protections are going to be available to there. So maybe that chapter is not in there, Mr. Speaker, but the theme is, and the content is totally germane. And I think that, I don't know what bill is going to come up that ever will be germane, that we ever can actually have the discussion that Minnesotans want us to have, if not this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill is germane. The topic is there. I urge you to find that the point of order is not well taken. Thank you.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, and I too would be very, very happy to withdraw the amendment at your request. But Representative Atkins, this was presented to your committee not last week after deadlines, not last month, but this was presented to your committee before the session began for early introduction of bills, because I felt it was very important that we address the issues with MNsure. So that's why I turned it into your committee for early introduction. We were not able to hear that. It wasn't heard in committee. We've tried to bring it up on floor. We can't bring it up on floor. So if we can't talk about it here, if this is not relevant to this issue, I think that says more about where we're headed with MNsure than anything else. Mr. Speaker, I think that this, in fact, is completely, this is absolutely within the strike zone of this bill, and if it's not, then I think that we have bigger questions to answer to the Minnesota public.
Representative Mack, what purpose do you raise?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Or, excuse me, advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Atkins, I hope that if your point of order is well taken, that you will work with us as we move forward on this particular issue. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that you find the point of order not well taken. I think that this is something that's critical, that it pertains to the issue that this bill deals with. And I think that the members of this body, if they don't already know, that the board chair of MNsure has strongly agreed that November 15th is far too late for these rates to be released to the public, that October 1st or earlier would be much more appropriate. it. That's the best thing we can do for the public. And so, Representative Atkins, I appreciate the admission that maybe a week or 10 days earlier is a little bit better. That's a step in the right direction, but not near far enough. Folks need to know these numbers a lot sooner, and this is trying to get at that. We've tried every which way to address these issues this session. Time is ticking. It's clear that there's really no recourse for the majority to deal with the problems facing MNsure, so we are trying to make a good faith effort, and this is that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you find this point of order not well taken.
Representative Albright, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins and to the body, Article 3 of the bill before us amends and changes the rules for market rules that pertain to guaranteed issue of health plans. And so as we consider the amendment that Representative Dean has put forth, it is wholly germane with regard to consideration of the rates that would be pertinent to those. And so I would ask for the Speaker to find that well taken.
Representative Zellers, what
Advice,
purpose
Mr.
do you
Speaker.
rise? State your advice.
Mine can be brief because it was almost exactly like Representative Albright just brought up. As a member of the Commerce Committee for a number of years, proudly in the majority and minority, this is an issue that absolutely deals not only in the strike zone of the Commerce Committee, but absolutely when it comes to consumer protection and consumer advice. The consumer of these products, the state of Minnesota, the residents that are going to be purchasing these products should have ample knowledge. Now, Representative Dean argued on probably the politics side of it. I would say, Mr. Speaker, on the pure policy side of it, and I give this advice as having sat in the same chair you are, this is within the strike zone of this bill. The amendment is of the bill, and I ask to Mr. Speaker that the point of order be not well taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Having reviewed the amendment and the bill, including the reference that Representative Albright made, and having listened to the advice of Representative Atkins, Hoppe, Abler, Dean, Mack, Albright, and Zellers, I find the point of order is well taken. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, we heard a lot of advice on this side of the aisle that this motion, that this amendment should be germane. I want to point to you actually what the rules in the House Rules 3.21 actually say. It says that the House, a motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration. Members, we heard explicitly from Representative Albright and from others, if insurance rates are not germane to the matter under consideration, what is? Members, I caution you very strongly, if you're going to stand with the Speaker on this, you're voting for less transparency, for less openness, and further removing the public from understanding where MNsure is at and what the rates that they face are actually coming down to them. So members, I strongly urge you, in matters of transparency and openness for the public and the consumers of the state of Minnesota, to vote to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and to give this amendment a fair shot and let the body vote up or down on this issue on whether or not the voters of Minnesota have access and openness to transparency of rates that are going to be hitting them. Thank you.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members who provided advice with respect to the matter. Folks, I'm not, as I've said, I actually support the concept behind Representative Dean's amendment. So it's got nothing to do with opposition to the idea, as much as it does. All I'm saying over here is exactly the same thing that your side has said. When it comes to certain chapters that are not referenced in bills, those motions are ruled out of order. If you want to talk about the substance of the bill, this is a technical bill brought by the department, very little substance, but also no reference to health insurance. These health insurance rates are not raised in this bill at all. So it makes only sense to uphold the ruling of the Speaker and that found that the point of order was well taken.
Representative Abler.
Thought there was a list. Mr. Speaker and members, advice to the body. We make our own rules here. On the first day of session, you'll come back next year. I won't be here with you. You'll be looking at old rules and what kind of rules you want to have. But at the end of the day, the body makes its own discussion about how it's going to handle things. And there's certain topics that we decide we want to take up or not take up. And there's certain ways we can waive rules that get in the way of that. And rules are just meant to be guidelines that help us to have order and make sure that things are conducted in a matter of form that we can actually rely on. And occasionally those rules are not correct for the matter at hand. We got about 3 weeks left of session, and this topic has yet to be discussed. And so if you want to discuss it, this might be your last chance. And whether the bill is germane or not, and the author himself says it may have some merit to talk about, even though there's no hearing been held on the bill and no discussion in the committee on this topic, this might be our only chance. So I think your people at home would like to have us talk about this, and it could be relatively brief. We can just actually talk about it. And so, members, I think this is the day. This is the bill. This is the amendment. And I urge you to vote to take this up and decide that the ruling of the Speaker is perhaps a fair ruling based upon the standard of germaneness, and maybe there's even an argument about that. But for sure, we should talk about this today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's been several times now where we've wanted to address the issues and the problems and the concerns within MNsure. We've brought forward bills that haven't gotten hearings. We've brought forward amendments that you haven't wanted to talk about. In fact, I think the only MNsure bill that was heard in committee was a bill that was going to redistribute the high rates when you limit choice. But, alas, that bill didn't go forward either. Members, my advice is pretty simple, and I think I've said it before. You're going to have an opportunity to talk about MNsure. You don't want to talk about it now. You don't want to take a vote now. You don't want to talk and address this issue that impacts Minnesotans statewide. You instead want to use parliamentary procedure to say that it's not germane and that you don't want to talk about it. You'll get your chance. It won't be on the floor of the House this session, apparently. It might be in August on a hot 90-degree day as you knock on a door and someone opens up and they might have a question for you. And members, this was your chance. This was your chance to say, we know we can make this better. And we know we can make this more transparent. And we can really look out for Minnesotans. But once again, you're passing on this chance in order to have that discussion for the next several months. Enjoy the summer, members.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, you know what? This is something that I spoke on earlier, and I know everybody's here, returning emails to constituents and taking care of signing maybe some graduation letters and stuff here on the floor in these longer sessions. But absolutely, this is what you want to go back to your constituents and say, I gave you a fair shake. And the fair shake I gave you was you're a small business owner in your hometown who's got 50 or less people, which is one of the groups that MNsure looks at. And again, MNsure is the implementation of Obamacare here in the state of Minnesota. A small business will no doubt be looking at premiums beginning on January 1st of 2015 And if they don't know until the 15th of November what the rates are going to be, and then to try to negotiate in the last 45 days of the year, last 45 days of the calendar year, something that's as critical as health insurance. Let's remember why we have MNsure and why we have Obamacare, because this nation is very concerned about keeping people covered with health insurance. And what we need to do is we need to give these folks a chance, as small businesses, when they're going to be getting a quote perhaps from a private carrier, end of September, first part of October. And that might be too high for them. But MNsure, if we remember, the purpose behind MNsure and the $150 million we put into the development of MNsure was for the purpose of trying to give Minnesotans a chance to get insurance. And if you want to close the door on that for Minnesotans right now here today, well, maybe you won't. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Maybe you'll find that the Speaker's ruling maybe just wasn't right this time. Just maybe once we'll stand up for Minnesotans and do what's right. For those small businesses that everybody in this chamber continues to say, I support small business. I support businesses in Minnesota. I'm ready to give some tax cuts to those businesses in Minnesota. But I'm not ready to help them with their insurance. The $150 million that we've invested in here, yep, that's last year we did that. Next year, we'll just deal with it next year. Please. The Speaker has done a good job in ruling on some things in the past. This one I think he's just a little off on. Please, vote to support the small businesses and the people in the state of Minnesota. Let's let people know what the insurance rates are going to be. I don't know why we'd be so concerned about that, but let's just tell them what it's going to cost to be able to have their insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to ask Representative O'Driscoll to yield to answer the question of when what those rulings were that you were so happy with, Representative O'Driscoll, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just let that one go. But members, and I just want to address this to the folks on the other side of the aisle. We've been trying to talk about MNsure the entire session and trying to bring this into the discussion through amendments. And I think that that's our duty in the minority, is to try to bring up issues and problems with the bills at hand. And I've been in the majority and the minority and the majority and the minority. Things go back and forth, and it's always the job of the minority to point out the things about your bills that need help. And I think it's a responsible majority that listens well to those concerns and issues brought up by the minority, because oftentimes they reflect what the state of Minnesota is saying that you can't really hear when you're inside the caucus room and you're inside the Capitol, you're inside the political bubble. But you really should listen to those concerns, because they are very valid. And on this particular issue, I think that you can vote with your constituents, and really not to talk about germaneness or which article of bill that we're really referencing, but talk about MNsure. If you really believe that that is a good policy for the state of Minnesota, that should reflect itself in the rates that people are paying. Why would you want to hide from that if you support MNsure? If you support MNsure and it's working, why would you not want those rates to be made public? Why would you want to hide them until after the election, until after next year, and bury them down the road? If it really works, let people know it's working. If you don't think it works, then keep doing what you're doing.
Representative Hurtas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and advice to the members. Representative Zerwas, thank you for your comments on this issue. Representative Dean, Representative Driscoll. The issue really should be, if you're needing to get near that enrollment period for your insurance, to have as much time as possible to be able to measure what steps are necessary to take care of your family and protect your family with regard to the rates.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if you could remind the body on what order of business we are on.
We're on an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, if any of you have had issues with having to make sure that your family is covered, and if you're in the middle of a treatment plan, it makes it very disruptive when you have to face these consequences. I find it interesting that November 4th is an election day, and we find it easy in this body to pass legislation that will reward behavior by sending out paychecks or tax refund checks on or before October 15th, $490, and yet we want to minimize this information till after November 14th, which is detrimental. So we've got good news on one hand just before, and bad news right after. So thank you for that, and I hope you will consider this advice.
The question before the body is, shall the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A green vote approves the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dowd.
Just advice for the body.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, obviously, this is an issue where, you know, we've talked many times in the past about whether Minnesotans should have the information in a timely manner that they can make a decision. I think the open enrollment period, you know, and when these rates come out, people should have some advance notice. Saying that this obviously isn't, you know, that's your argument that this isn't germane to this bill. We've heard that before on the House floor. You know, unfortunately, it's difficult to find a bill relating to MNsure in the legislature right now. Why is that? What's going to happen to rates next fall? You know, there was a press conference recently talking about MNsure meeting its enrollment goals. I don't think you fooled one person by saying that MNsure met its enrollment goals. In some areas, missed its goal by 90%. Okay? These were the numbers that you used to create the rate structure for MNsure when it was passed. Okay? On a party line vote. And in the fall, what's going to happen when we find out that the healthy young population didn't show up? We already know that. We already know they didn't. What's going to happen to rates? They're going to go through the roof. We've been warning you time after time after time that we've got a problem. There's a train wreck coming. And unfortunately, Democrats refuse to bring a bill through committee or to the House floor to deal with anything on MNsure. I could go through and ask every one of these Republicans to yield and ask them if they voted for this bill. And you know what the answer would be? No. None of them did.
You couldn't actually do that on advice on this.
Yeah, this
okay.
is... I feel like it's good advice, Mr. Speaker. It's coming. But you know what? They didn't vote for it. You passed this on a party line vote, and I stood up at the end of last session and I said, you know what this session is? It's the session of broken promises and missed opportunities. For all the times that you said you wanted to be transparent, for all the times you said you wanted to work together, you haven't done it. And this is your opportunity to say, you know what, we're going to put Minnesotans first. This is your opportunity by overruling the ruling of the chair here to put Minnesotans first and give them the opportunity to have some advance notice on what the rates are prior to the enrollment period. You couldn't have a better opportunity to look out for Minnesotans. And I know it's been difficult to find a bill that's germane. You know why? Because all of your heads are in the sand. You voted for it, lockstep, party line vote. We offered 100 amendments that were rejected. We were at the table trying to give you real solutions to protect Minnesotans. You rejected them. And when we've warned you about what's coming, you refuse to admit there's a problem. You refuse to admit there's a problem with MNsure. And this right here is your opportunity to overrule the ruling of the chair. Let's put this amendment on. Let's protect consumers and give them the information that they need. Because this is a problem, and it's going to be a problem for Minnesotans when rates go through the roof. This is your opportunity. Please vote in favor of overruling the Speaker.
So the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker, and the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend House File 2853, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. The amendment is very brief. It's just a couple of catches that the department found in reviewing the bill. There's no agreement. They're non-controversial, and I appreciate your support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2853.
Third reading. Further discussion on the bill.
As amended.
As third, any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Oh, Representative Atkins, I'm sorry.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for the discussion. I actually do kind of like talking about MNsure. Very earnestly, very genuinely, I made that motion with respect to germaneness, because if we start putting in unrelated matters into other bills, it leads to things like what came up with Representative Drazkowski's motion yesterday on Chair Hillstrom's bill. That being said, with respect to MNsure, I appreciate the efforts that are being made to improve it. The 200,000 Minnesotans who've now secured coverage at the lowest rates in the country are in a much better position than they were before. I did want to point out just one clarification. The Nelson bill that was up immediately before mine, there was an amendment, Representative Kahn's amendment, that dealt with MNsure. And Representative Doubt, when you talk about there's been no opportunity to talk about MNsure, that very amendment dealt with it. Nobody said a word. It's something that at any time, if you'd like to visit about MNsure with me or visit about MNsure and the lowest rates in the country, it's something that I think we're very proud of. And I would anticipate that we'll continue to see those great low rates. That's why I'd like to see the rates released early. They are literally 60% lower on average in Minnesota than they are anywhere else in the country. And for those who felt last year and voted against adopting MNsure and would have opted for a federal plan instead, all one needs to do is look 50 miles to the east and see what the rates are there. And Mr. Speaker, I know I'm going a little off topic, but the rates in Wisconsin who opted for a federal exchange, the rates are 88% higher. Did you catch that? The rates in Wisconsin who opted for a federal exchange, which is what those who opposed MNsure would have opted for, those rates are 88% higher than we're seeing here in Minnesota. And I give a lot of credit to that, to the health plans, to Commissioner Rothman and the Department of Commerce for negotiating those lowest rates in the country by a wide margin, and that's why we now have 200,000 more Minnesotans insured through MNsure than we had before MNsure started. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd appreciate support for this technical bill.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the author yield?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, I see on page 12 of the bill there is a civil penalty added here regarding investigations, I take it, with the Department of Commerce imposing a civil penalty up to $10,000 for each violation and allowing the court to grant any other relief when apparently the court finds contempt. So Representative Atkins, did this bill go through the Civil Law Committee? It seems very clearly that this is a civil provision.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, it did not make a visit to civil law.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, this is a huge civil component to this bill, and the bill did not make a trip through civil law. Mr. Speaker, I would move to refer the bill to the Civil Law Committee and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was not going to speak again, but if we're going to discuss MNsure and the successes, we have to talk about facts. And Representative Atkins went pretty much kind of a field into the successes of MNsure in his closing discussions, even though the bill is not about MNsure. And I think one reason that our rates are lower is because we're further west than Wisconsin. That's also true about Wisconsin and us. Actually, we're further north than Georgia, and there's a lot of other reasons that we could say. Mr. Speaker, our rates have been the lowest in the country anyway. And so to imply that because we had a state exchange, somehow we are now low and we would have been really high if we had a federal exchange is totally not true, or at least not the reason that our rates are lower. The only reason our rates are lower is because of the very resilient health plans in this state, who are nonprofit, who are concerned about the welfare of our clients and our patients, who actually bent over backwards through a hellacious rollout time, enduring paper claims, not even getting all their forms completed, having people not even being known that they're enrolled or not, through a rollout that was catastrophic. And some of us actually tried to make it work better, which is why I'm standing up. But to gloat that this is somehow a success of our exchange, that because of the innovation efforts of the health plans and the private sector side, who's trying to make something work out of this, what could have been a disaster, is not correct, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to set the record straight about that. And by the way, just so you know, since we're on the topic, the funding stream for MNsure, which was supposed to be about 20% federal from Medicaid and about 80% out of the private sector, is actually 2/3 Medicaid and 1/3 private sector, which to me, Mr. Speaker, is no success whatsoever. We have now succeeded in establishing a $40 million a year enrollment system for county-based, for what used to be done at the county level, for cheaper. Every county has added workers to experience the joys of this marvel of Minnesota invention. And so the counties are costing more, the county property taxpayers are paying more to pay for this. So we can have a new way to enroll people into Medicaid, which is really the success of MNsure. Well over half the enrollees are in Medicaid. The small employer program, which is supposed to be legendary to help people out with 39,000 enrollees, is in the range of under 1,500. And so just to help the discussion go where it may, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to discuss MNsure, let's please discuss it. But all the facts need to be brought forward, and I hope I was polite, but I think we need to stick with facts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and we've had one on each side on something that has nothing to do with the bill, so let's restrict our comments from here on out to the actual bill. Representative Davids to the Atkins bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will refer to comments made by Representative Atkins during the Atkins bill. You know, I understand on this House floor that you can say whatever you want and it cannot be used against you in this or any other place. I get that. But to have a chairman of a committee stand up and say that 200,000 more people are insured when we're not taking into account all the folks that are not insured is unconscionable. And when over half of those people have been put on Medicaid or MNcare on public programs, how in the world can we possibly call that a success? And to say it's the cheapest in the country when in my area it's gone up 3 times any other place in the state, I cannot listen to that on this House floor, Mr. Speaker and members, because in my area it is absolutely not true. MNsure is an unmitigated disaster. We'll be paying the price for it, I think, very soon. So don't get up on this House floor and say that this thing is working. I have had more constituents recently contact me who have lost their doctors. They have lost their doctors, they have lost their plans, and if someone steps into my office today in Preston, I'm not going to be there. But I got to tell you just a real brief story about a guy named Ed. We'll call him Ed because his name is Ed. Ed stopped in my office the other day, wanted to buy a health plan. I said, well, do you have a qualifying event? Did you get married? Did you get divorced? Did you move in from the state? Are you off on COBRA? The answer was no. You know what? I can't get him health insurance. He cannot buy health insurance in the state of Minnesota. Way to go, MNsure.
Further discussion. Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I sat here about as long as I can stand here. Just a quick comment is, in response to Representative Atkins' statements, and I understand he means well, okay, but the fact is the Congressional Budget Office has, back in 2011, I think it was, estimated that over hundreds of hospitals across the United States and nursing homes are going to be threatened with closure because of the low reimbursement rates from the ACA, which MNsure is a part of. So recently at the federal level, the doctors and hospitals threatened that if the U.S. Congress and if Obama signed the law, would reduce Medicare reimbursement by 23%, they would no longer take Medicare patients. So this is a disaster in terms of reimbursement to our doctors and hospitals. A hospital in my district recently just laid 60 people off because of the tightening of their budgets. Again, we're spending under MNsure and Obamacare, we're spending billions in bloated government bureaucracy, and we're reducing reimbursement to the doctor-patient relationship, and then we're going to micromanage and ration the health care. It's a disaster in every aspect of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 106 ayes and 26 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 663. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 663, an act relating to state government.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate File 663 updates language related to recycling by state agencies. It eliminates a lot of outdated language. The Senate file was referred last spring to the Environment and Natural Resources Committee with the idea of more assertively establishing recycling standards for our state agencies. And that's what we did without opposition in two committees this session. It establishes a metropolitan area. It sets a recycling at a rate in compliance with the Metropolitan Solid Waste Management Policy Plan goals. Therefore, it brings state agencies along with public entities in the metropolitan area to the same expectations for recycling. It establishes new standards outside the metropolitan area whereby state agencies are expected to recycle 60% of their waste. There's a reporting requirement. Each state agency reports directly to the Pollution Control Agency the estimated recycling rates from the previous calendar year. And importantly, there's a feedback loop. Agencies not meeting the goal shall provide information to agency employees on opportunities and expectations in meeting the goal. Progress on recycling in Minnesota has stalled. This bill can help resolve that and provide for the state to take a lead role in reinvigorating our commitment to recycling. I encourage a yes vote on Senate File 663.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Horenstein moving to amend Senate File 663 to first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Horenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Johnson, for your excellent bill. And I think your statement that you made at the end of your presentation was spot on. We have stalled in recycling in our state. As members may recall, a couple weeks ago, we in the midst of our debate and discussion about the supplemental budget, there was an amendment by Representative Torkelson to eliminate a commercial recycling requirement. And that did pass. And what this amendment does is to address some of the concerns that I heard on the House floor that day with that initial commercial recycling requirement that I had in the legislation that is now in the supplemental budget. So members, what the A2 amendment does, again, is to address concerns that were raised on the House floor that day 2 weeks ago. Number one, this requirement is now in the metropolitan area only. We heard many concerns from Greater Minnesota about this, and so we've modified the commercial recycling requirement to be in the metropolitan area only. Secondly, there was a lot of concern about containers and how many containers we're asking business to have in their buildings. And so we strike the words "have containers for," and so that issue has now been addressed. We had a number of members bipartisanly talking about single sort recycling. There's nothing in this legislation that would preclude or prevent or discourage single sort recycling, which is a trend that we're going towards both in commercial and residential areas. Finally, there was some issues raised about small businesses and the smaller stores and smaller businesses and how they would be impacted by this. So we've changed this. There's an amendment to this amendment, the A7, in which we really talk about containers or recycling receptacles for businesses that have garbage receptacles and dumpsters that are 4 cubic yards instead of 2 cubic yards. So that would actually lessen the impact of this requirement on smaller businesses. So it's larger businesses, it's metro only. There are no requirements or mandates about numbers of containers or types of containers for recycling. I think that will, in large part, address some of the issues that were raised on the House floor. With regard to a letter that the Chamber of Commerce distributed, I think they were unaware of the A7 amendment to the amendment, so they talked about one size affecting all businesses, and that's simply not the case with the A7 amendment, but we'll get into that, I imagine, later. So members, I would strongly encourage your support. I think this is a much more modest and moderate approach towards commercial recycling, but we do need to involve the commercial sector in this effort because this is 50% of the waste stream. And again, half of that is being thrown out. That's $200 million of valuable and useful resources that we throw into the garbage literally every day that can be recycled. I'd ask for your support again for this much more modest response to our commercial recycling needs than we had 2 weeks ago on the House floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Horenstein moving to amend this amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Horenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the A7 amendment that I referenced earlier, and this again talks about 4 cubic yards, businesses that have receptacles for mixed municipal waste of 4 cubic yards instead of 2 cubic yards. That's a much larger dumpster, if you will, to put it in lay terms. And that means that we're talking about much larger businesses. So again, those of you who had concerns about small businesses, they are exempt from this requirement under this amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Amendment to the amendment.
Horenstein moving to amend this amendment As follows, the amendment is coded A6.
Representative Hortman.
Oh, Hortman. I'm sorry. Did I say Hortman? I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Hortman Amendment, the A6, is about sharps. We had a hearing in Representative Dill's committee on a bill I brought forward on proper disposal of syringes. There were two sections of the bill. The first section of the bill said you shouldn't put syringes in your recycling. The second section of the bill was more complicated and more controversial. This amendment just brings that first non-controversial section of the bill into state law, and it would make it against the law to put your sharps in your recycling. The reason for this is the haulers are seeing a lot of their employees getting injured from syringes flying off the recycling line.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak in favor of the Hortman Amendment. This is a very important issue that jeopardizes the safety of our sanitation workers. Please support it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. We are back on the Hornstein Amendment. Is there further discussion on that amendment? Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Hornstein, for making some improvements on what was a pretty nasty situation, but I'm afraid it's kind of deja vu all over again. We're back on the same topic we were on just some short time ago, and the issue really hasn't changed. It's the issue of whether mandates are the way to make progress on this very important issue, or if it's the free enterprise system that should work well and has worked well. And thank you, Representative Hornstein, for giving me a chance to brag about my counties once more. Two of my counties have very high recycling rates, in the one at 65 and one at almost 72%. And they've done this without these mandates. And I feel it's important that we utilize that approach where businesses can do what they do best, and that's adapt new technology without a mandate. You have letters before you both from the Chamber and from the Grocers Association. Some of these grocers have businesses on both sides of this arbitrary line of division, that so they'll have to be doing business differently depending on where they're located. Once again, one size does not fit all. Members, please vote red on the Hornstein Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to request a roll call on the A2 amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative
Dowd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then I'd like to divide the amendment. I'd like to divide the A2 amendment by dividing Section 5 out into a separate. And I'd like to take the that part first.
What's that now? I don't. Do you see a section?
Yeah, it's this section 5 here, the Hortman.
So, but the only thing is we've already voted on it.
We've already voted on that.
So then we'd be voting on it. If it was successful, we'd be voting on it twice. The same thing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Why are we?
So
You probably want to reconsider. Or?
Probably not. Well, and then we just be left with an amendment. The amendment then becomes the amendment.
Okay. So
we voted once on Portland, and if this,
yep.
And then if we take the
and
first
the way to
part and
undo
that
that is
fails,
to reconsider the action whereby it was adopted.
Right, but what they want to do is pass Portland and not pass the rest. But then they do. But if there's if the first part is successful, then we'd be left with the motion, the amendment to the amendment.
If the first part, we would be voting on it twice. Yep.
So it's not divisible.
Well,
I mean, I don't care.
Well, I'm just
thinking.
That's over. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, because I think that essentially what it does is it votes on this one separate, and this one separate.
Right.
We've already voted on this, so it prevailed. So the way to vote to undo this, I don't think it's divisible. I mean, we're voting on the same thing over again.
If this first part of it is successful.
Well, the first part is successful.
Then I'll be left.
And then the second part we've already voted on. Yeah, that isn't.
Under the rules we talked about previously, right?
Well, right.
The amendment's not divisible that way.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Can you explain why it would not be divisible in that way?
We've already voted on the Hortman amendment, and it's prevailed. And if the first part of the amendment goes down, we'd be voting on the same thing twice, and that's out of order. Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker and members, I do support the Hornstein amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk clerk will close the roll. False votes no. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moving to amend Senate File 663, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment is actually a bill that I submitted this session, and it didn't get a hearing. I have talked to the chair of the committee about that, and what this would do is set up a solar stewardship program, much like the stewardship programs we have now for electronics. And I wanted just to make a little bit of a case for why we need to do that. And I have, just in passing, just to let you know, I have met with the solar folks. I've met with MPCA, so we are working on this, and we're going to try to come up with something hopefully in the near future. But one of the most toxic chemicals in some of these solar panels contains cadmium telluride, as a matter of fact. And cadmium alone is considered to be one of the 6 most toxic materials known to humans. So what I'm trying to do is look into the future, and when the life of these solar panels is over with, what do we do with them? We can't just put them in a landfill somewhere because they do have these harmful chemicals. And some of you may have heard about Abound Solar, which filed for bankruptcy in Colorado some time ago, and the state health officials there pointed to the carcinogenic metals, the cadmium in those panels. And at the time of the inspection, there were 2,000 pallets of solar panels that were deemed unusable, and so they tried to reach a viable agreement for some other company to purchase those. That did not happen. So they were deemed to be toxic waste. And in addition to that, when that company went out of business, they still were in possession of 4,000 gallons of cadmium in their liquid storage containers. So there are some really negative effects of that chemical alone. And I know here recently we've heard that one of our local companies, Silicon Energy, has had an issue with the seals breaking on these solar panels. And so what will we do with those solar panels? We don't know yet if they're going to have to be sent back to the manufacturer or if they're just going to have to be disposed of in some way. So I'm just bringing this bill to people's attention to let people know that it's being worked on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Scott withdraws her amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 663, as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2293. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2293 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to commerce.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, me again. Think for a moment, if you will, about what the highest interest rate is that you've ever paid for a loan. For Julia and I, it was a car loan that was right around 12%. Several years ago, just shortly after we got married. We were fortunate when we got a mortgage. We got one at 6 3/4. My parents tell me about days that they got a mortgage that was 13-14%. Some of you maybe have yourselves or kids that have paid interest rates on credit cards that are in the 20s, right? 22% or 25% or 27%. It may shock you, and it certainly shocks most people when I tell them this, but under Minnesota law, we allow a certain group of folks to be charged 391% for a loan. And actually, when I was in committee, I said it's up to 391% for a loan, and I was corrected after that. Depending on how the loan is structured, when it comes to payday loans, it can be upwards of 700 or even 800% on an annual basis. And the payday lenders now, they'll tell you, though, that keep in mind that that's, with all of the fees and everything wrapped in, right? You got a $15 fee for this and another fee for that, then the interest rate. But it seems like a really high percentage because it's over a brief period of time. 2 weeks or a month or some brief period of time, and that makes this annual percentage rate seem so much higher than it really is. But you know what we discovered is that a lot of the folks that get these loans, they get on average 10 payday loans a year. And at Unloan, according to the Department of Commerce, the average borrower takes 16 of these loans per year. So if you extrapolate that, say that each one is 2 or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you're literally talking many of these folks, the typical borrower has a loan at 3 or 4 or 700% annual interest for half the year, all the year, maybe for an ongoing period of years. And we allowed this back in 2009. So it kind of surprises people when I tell them that Minnesota law actually authorizes this. They're just shocked at that. But we allowed it in 2009 because the payday lenders came here and they said, you know what, these loans are for people with emergencies. Once or twice a year when you have an emergency and you need a loan right now, maybe it justifies paying a really high interest rate, a 391% interest rate. And they said, you know what, we got to charge this high interest rate because the default rate is going to be high. 10, 20%, 20% default rate, 20% default rate. We heard it over and over and over again. And then we had this bill before us in committee the other day. And you know what we found out? The default rate is under 2%. That came from the payday lenders themselves. So on that point alone, it doesn't justify charging 391% for a loan. In addition to that, it's not going for emergencies. That was the whole point of setting this up, is that 1 or 2 times a year somebody might have an emergency. The average is 10. 10 of these per borrower in Minnesota. The folks that take these loans aren't second-class citizens. They've just fallen on hard times is all. They shouldn't, and they're not idiots. They shouldn't be treated like idiots. They shouldn't be treated like lesser people just because they've had a difficult time. And yet that's what Minnesota law allows. So all that this bill does is it says we ought to treat those folks just as well as we expect to treat ourselves, our own families, and our friends, and let them pay the same sort of interest rates as anybody else. So what this bill does, the operative elements of it, are it limits the so-called emergency loans being given by payday lenders to no more than 4 per year. That's one of the high points, and I'd also call special attention to lines 4.31 through 5.4 of the bill, because particularly appalling to me are payday lenders who take advantage of members of our military. And this requires that they, and I believe there's an amendment from one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and I appreciate it and I support that amendment, but they, and the Department of Defense found this to be the case too. They set these places up directly across from military bases, and they take advantage of people in the military. This was the Department of Defense discerned that this was one of the top threats, particularly to junior members of the military. So lines 4.31 through 5.4 require that they look into, that they inquire not whether somebody's a member of the military, and not charge them anywhere higher than 36%, which is still a high interest rate. But that's the sort of things that this bill does. I would appreciate your support for it. Mr. Speaker, I understand there are some amendments, but I'd welcome some discussion and questions that members may have.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moving to amend House File 2293, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A3 amendment is pretty straightforward. Because we're putting limitations of potential loans into statute, this would just kind of, there are some extenuating circumstances where we do allow for a testing to be done during the process of application for one of these loans if you are going to a payday lender. This would provide the opportunity for folks that are trying to pay their student loan, if they happen to get in a pinch, that they were able to maintain their student loan payments, allowed to go beyond the 4 loan limit to pay their student loans. And I'd appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
There is an There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend the Swazinski amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swazinski, for the underlying, or the primary amendment. My amendment to Representative Swazinski's amendment recognizes, as he did, that there are some folks who are in a vulnerable situation. And what he talked about were young people, or perhaps older folks that have a student loan payment to make. In the event that that occurs, my amendment would provide that they be afforded the same protections that has been set out for folks in the military, which is the 36% limit. But it also extends those benefits to others who might be in a vulnerable position, such as honorably discharged military veterans. I'd appreciate your support for the amendment.
Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield to a question?
He will yield. Yes, Representative Swazinski.
Yes, Representative Atkins. Just kind of, would you explain the difference between kind of who you're talking about between paragraph A, paragraph B of your amendment to the amendment? Thank you.
Representative Atkins.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swazinski. Paragraph 1 is would apply the same 36% interest rate maximum to students or those who are looking to borrow that you referenced in your primary amendment. And then the second paragraph would provide that it would also apply to honorably discharged military veterans, that as defined under the, I believe it's the United States Department of Health and Human Services, military veterans and those falling below the poverty line as defined in the United States Department of Health and Human Services placed in the Federal Register.
Any further discussion of the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Enthusiastically. We're back on the Swedzinski amendment. Any further discussion? Representative Dowd.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Okay, now this one's
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davids, moving to amend House File 2293, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. To the amendment, what we're saying is in the bill it says you can have 4 loans a year. Now, I think that number was just picked out of the air. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no studies that says it should be 4. But think about what we're doing. Chair Atkins just said that people are being treated like lesser people. So now we have these people that will take 10, somebody said 10, somebody said 16 loans a year. We're limiting them to 4. 4 loans a year. And remember, folks, this bill does nothing at all with the exorbitant interest rates. Nothing. This bill does nothing to get rid of the 371% interest rates, and that's about as misleading as we can possibly be, because if you have a $25 or $35 fee on a smaller loan, yeah, if you take it out for the year, they don't have it for the year. They're not paying 371% for the year. But by limiting it to 4 loans per year, members, what do these lesser people that we referred to here, what do they do? Members, the biggest problem with this bill is no one on that side of the aisle or this side of the aisle can answer the question when I ask it. If you need that 5th loan, what do you do? There's been something passed out that says on the regulated companies, Pawn America, Ace, and Unbanked Company, not one complaint. So now where do these people have to go? They have to go offshore. They have to go, I guess we can buy our loans on the street corner. That's been suggested. But what do they do? What are we doing to people here? So what my amendment says, very simply, members, it says that if you've used up your 4th loan and you need a 5th, to make your house payment so you don't get kicked out of your house, which is what this bill will do, you can do that. Members, think for just a second what we're doing here with this bill. We're not taking care of high interest rates. We're telling people that a number that's picked out of the sky with no reason at all of 4 times. What I'd really like, as this discussion goes on for hours and hours this afternoon, is I would like the question answered by somebody on my side of the aisle, on the other side of the aisle, by somebody. Just tell me, what are these people going to do? What are they going to do when they need that 5th loan in latter February? What do they do? We're not lowering the interest rates. We're deleting access to much needed cash. So my amendment says that if you have had 4 loans and you need another one for a mortgage or a rent payment, you can do that. Because what the Atkins bill does as it is, it's going to make it so people can't pay their rent, they can't pay their mortgage, they're going to lose their car, and they can't pay their exorbitant MNsure premium. That's what we're doing here. So please, my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, just tell me, if I need that 5th loan, what do I do? What do I do? Please support the Davids amendment. It simply says that if you've used up your 4 loans and you have to make your house payment or your rent payment, you need that payday loan for 6 days or 7 days until your next paycheck comes in so you can pay it off. Help the folks pay their rent, help the folks pay their mortgage, help the folks stay in their homes. Because the bill as it is will kick people out of their homes, have people lose their cars, have people get kicked out of their apartments. At least let them go to a payday lender in Minnesota that's had 0 complaints at the Department of Commerce. And if there's a problem, people go to the Department of Commerce. That's where I send them if they call me with a complaint, or the AG's office. So members, please vote green on this amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend the Davids amendment to House File 2293 as follows. The amendment is coded A15.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davids, for offering the amendment. This amendment to your amendment also recognizes the vulnerability of some of the folks that you've identified, and it, as you designed or as you requested, it limits the interest rate to 36%. In fact, there's been some discussion, and I'm thinking right now that that might be the better approach. If the bill passes, perhaps in conference committee, it sounds like there's considerable support for simply limiting the interest rate, allowing any number of transactions, but perhaps limiting the interest rate to 36%, which is what is in law for members of the military. So I'll put you down as supporting for something along those lines instead. What the amendment to the amendment does is it says that there's a limitation on that interest rate that can be charged to those who are seeking that 5th loan for a residential or rent payment. And then it also extends the protection to members of or veterans of the military and to those who fall under the poverty line. So I'd appreciate your support for the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion of the amendment. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I consider the amendment friendly.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are back on the Davids amendment. Further discussion. Representative Gunther. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There are 131 ayes and 0 nays. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
All right. Moving to amend House File 2293, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The amendment before you, A5, is similar in nature to what we've already heard from Representative Davids. This provides for an opportunity for folks that are down on their luck and need some cash to provide for the support of children from a previous marriage to find that recourse. I hope that you would find the amendment with a green vote. Thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins, moving to amend the Albright amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Albright, for the amendment. My amendment is very similar to the previous two that I offered, capturing the fact that folks that fall into this particular difficult category would also have a limitation placed on the interest rate that they would pay. And then it likewise extends to those in the who are veterans as well as those who fall below the poverty line. I appreciate support.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Discussion to the Albright amendment. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 2293, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A7 amendment actually tries to address some of the issues that were identified in committee that this bill is trying to address. And that is the fact that we do have some online short-term lenders who are causing problems. In fact, as Representative Davids mentioned in his speech a minute ago, you'll have on your desk some information from our own Attorney General who talks about complaints against our regulated and licensed bricks and mortar payday lenders, and there have been no complaints. Then you look at some of the unregulated, out-of-state, and online payday lenders, and the list gets rather lengthy. So what this attempts to do is to really address some of the issues that Representative Atkins has put together and says that really it's the online lenders that are the issue. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I believe there's some amendments to the amendment.
There are. There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report it.
Albright moving to amend the Woodard amendment to House File 2293 as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this just extends the importance of the Woodard amendment. We are dealing with data privacy issues here, and the amendment that I've crafted requires consumers to be relieved of the fees in the event that there's a data privacy breach. Thank you.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I support the concept behind the amendment. Representative Albright. Will the author of the amendment yield, however?
He will. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Albright, just so we're clear, are you looking to have this apply to all lenders, including banks and credit unions? I think the way you've drafted your amendment, I think it would also capture banks and credit unions and other lenders. I'm not certain of that, but is it only designed to apply to Internet lenders and payday lenders?
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, this would apply to short-term loan credit agencies.
Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Representative Albright. I appreciate that. I think we may want to, if this goes on the bill, we may want to visit with the banks and credit unions and other folks to just make sure that the target of this is who the target is and not capturing folks outside of that. But I appreciate the concept behind the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sanders moving to amend the Woodard amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment does is it moves from the cashier or the institution here, moving from inquiring to verifying a service member's active duty status. What we want to do with this is add protections on top of what's already required under federal regulations and federal law, and so I would ask for your support on this amendment.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. Will the author of the amendment yield, please?
He will. Representative Atkins.
And Representative Sanders, how would you go about verifying, or how would you ask a payday lender to verify this information?
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Atkins, active duty service members would have an active duty military ID card as well as a DD2 form that they could supply.
Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sanders, I support the amendment. It's my understanding that there's a little bit more to it than that, but I'd ask that members support this amendment, and then we'll figure out the details a little bit better.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is one more amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Albright moving to amend the Woodard Amendment to House File 2293 as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the language in the bill before us is a bit unclear in terms of the verification of the services that would go to verify reporting on these matters. And so the amendment just goes to make sure that Commerce can verify that an entity does exist that could provide that service. I hope you'll find it favorable. Thank you.
Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Albright, thank you. I believe it's an improvement to the bill and would support the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are back on the Woodard Amendment. Any further discussion to that? Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I do believe this amendment is a good amendment, that it does kind of get to the core of the issue that Representative Atkins is looking for, that Chair Atkins is looking for here, I am a little worried about where it's going to head when it comes to our banking institutions and other groups that would be caught in this very wide net. The point here, Mr. Speaker and members, is that this bill has many unintended consequences. This amendment has many unintended consequences. It is taking a problem, a small issue, and addressing it with a hacksaw and a sledgehammer. It's doing very intricate surgery with very blunt instruments. And unfortunately, that's what this amendment does as well. And it is indicative of the problem with the bill overall, which is that the bill overall may have good intentions, but as I have seen from my constituents, as I've talked to people who actually use payday lending and use it responsibly because they have personal responsibility and understand that there are times in their lives where they need to use payday loans, they don't need the legislature to tell them that they can't. This actually is very helpful to members to Minnesotans who need those short-term loans. And unfortunately, this amendment actually makes a bad bill even worse. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my amendment.
Representative Woodard withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2293 as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion of the bill. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering, would Representative Lean yield?
He will. Representative Anderson.
Representative Lean, I'm trying to find you on the floor here. Can you tell me what are the rates in North Dakota for a short-term loan?
Representative Lean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And though I don't know the exact rates, I assume they are very comparable in terms of the fees that go on each loan and then what that ends up resulting in as people do take out repeated loans to pay off that first subsequent loan.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lean, the rates in North Dakota are 20%. In comparison to Minnesota, people are paying less than 10%. How about Representative Savick? Is she on the floor? If she would yield.
She is not here. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How about Representative Simonson? Will he yield?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, do you know what the rates are in Wisconsin?
Representative Simonson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, I do not.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Simonson, the rates in Wisconsin are 22%. How about Representative Falk? Is he here on the floor if he'll yield?
He will yield.
Representative...
Representative Anderson.
That's okay. He doesn't need to yield. I can tell him right now. The rates in South Dakota are 22% as well. So when your constituents are looking for a loan, because this bill does nothing to stop them from getting a loan, they're going to go to Wisconsin and pay 22%. And in Duluth, I know it's easy because I've hopped that bridge to go over to Superior, Wisconsin many times myself. They're going to hop the bridge and they're going to pay 22% on that loan. And maybe that will be their fourth loan that they have over in Wisconsin. Same with South Dakota, Representative Falk. They're going to be paying 22% in Wisconsin for however many loans that they want to get over there. And Representative Lean, for your constituents, they're going to go over to Fargo, like they do for many other things. They're going to go over to Fargo and they're going to pay 20%. And for Representative Savick, I wish she was here, because their folks will be paying 15% down in Iowa. And they can take out as many loans as they want. And when they come to their state legislator and say, hey, I'm having problems, guess what? Representative Lean, you're going to have to say to them, I can't help you. I have no control over the laws in Iowa. I can't regulate what their loan facilities do. I can only regulate what we have here in Minnesota. And guess what? We have a lot of laws in Minnesota that regulate this industry to protect consumers. In fact, if you're a consumer, Representative Lean, or Representative Simonson, or Representative Savick, or Representative Falk, if they have a concern, they can file a complaint with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. But not in Iowa, not in North Dakota, or South Dakota, or Wisconsin. They have no recourse. So say, for example, they decide to go on the internet, and they're taking out a loan from somebody in the East Indian Ocean. Guess what? There's nothing that the the Department of Commerce can do about that. There is nothing that the Attorney General's office can do about those entities. They can take out as many loans as they want, and they can even do it so that they can take a loan and then take another loan to pay off that one. Something that we ban here in state law from the units that we have in this state. So if you think that you're solving a problem here, I recommend that you take a closer look at the bill. It was interesting in Commerce Committee, we had a woman come forward to testify on the bill, and she described her situation. Single mother, she has 3 children. She was going to school at the time. She had already borrowed money from her parents to buy Christmas presents for her kids. And she decided she wanted to buy more Christmas presents for her kids, but wasn't comfortable in going back to her parents for another loan. So she decided that she would take out a payday loan. Folks, you are not going to change her situation. If she decides that she wants to get more money, she's either going to go to the internet, she's going to go to another state, and she is going to pay more. Or the worst case scenario, as we heard in committee, she will go to a loan shark. And heaven knows what will happen to her in that situation. We're not stopping this behavior. All you're doing is pushing them to a place where they have nobody to protect their rights. Nobody to come in and say, this is wrong. No regulation whatsoever. I'd be worried about your constituents, because instead of giving them options, you are putting them into the back alleys of this state or another state or onto the internet. Members, vote no.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Atkins in his opening comments talked about how we treat our folks. Well, I went and talked to some of our folks. I went and talked to some people at one of these places where they can get a payday loan, and just at random talked to a couple of people that were walking in. And I talked to the first guy, and he looked like he was somebody that worked for a living. And he came in, and I said, I just want to ask you, why are you here? Why would you come and get a payday loan? He had a checkbook with him. He had a bank account at one of our local area banks, and he said he liked to get payday loans from this particular vendor because he wound up paying less and there was no chance that he was going to get an overdraft fee. And he said just fees in general, it was his preference. So this person didn't feel like they were a victim. This is not somebody that was without banking. This is somebody who was one of our working constituents. I don't know where he lived. Somewhere in the metro area would be my guess. But if we pass this, we're taking an option away from people. What we ought to be doing is looking at, and Representative Anderson and others have mentioned it, and I didn't hand this out, but there's a handout that came out. If we look at the people like, the Minnesota-based vendors, those people aren't the problem. Those are, whatever we might think of it in this body, those are vendors that constitute a viable option for our constituents. For people, for whatever reason, whether it's Christmas presents or a short-term loan of any kind, that is their option, and they choose to use that. I don't think we should take that away. And members, I'll leave you with one thing. If we take that option away from them, and people are still going to go get this loan, they're not going to use their checking account, their bank account, for whatever reason, but if we take this option away, where are we sending them? And I think the answer could be that we're sending them to internet loan place somewhere where the things aren't going to be as regulated, the interest rates are going to be higher, and they won't have legal recourse for the state to be protecting them. So this might not be something that we consider a perfect option. And Representative Atkins, I appreciate the spirit of this bill, but this might not be a perfect option, but it's an option that some of our constituents choose to use. So members, let's not take this away from our constituents and drive them into something that's going to be a lot less good for them and a lot less friendly. Thank you, and please vote no on this bill.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to respond to Representative Anderson, I did a little quick searching here, and I want you to realize, too, that if anybody in my district wanted to drive all the way to Watertown, South Dakota, the nearest possible constituent of mine to actually go and find a payday lender in South Dakota would have to drive 75 miles one way. So if you want to, continue to bring my name up in my constituents, I think you should at least have the facts accurate about how far they'd actually have to travel.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the author yield?
He will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, I'm a little concerned about this reporting requirement and what type of standards would apply to the owner of the database. There's federal requirements around credit reporting agencies. The standards that are in your bill are that it's held privately and that it can achieve this function, but given the sensitive nature of the information that will be being collected by this entity, I'm curious as to what standards will govern their use and dissemination of the information.
Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Holberg, and thank you, by the way, for sharing your question with me before you asked it on the floor. I've actually forwarded, it's the first time that question has come up through the course of the bill being heard, so I've shared that with some experts to get a more responsive. My understanding is that they will be collecting just enough data, not the actual financial data, but just enough data to identify that the borrower was in effect given a loan. And then that information via this private vendor that will be employed by the industry itself would be able to verify how many loans that individual has taken. So my assumption, and granted its assumption, is name, address, and identifying information, but not financial information. That being said, it's my understanding that this is effectively working in Indiana. And that's where we've inquired to find out what sort of data sharing they engage in there, and I will follow up with you further when I have more information.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, is this bill going to conference committee? Do you expect to be able to work more on this issue before final passage?
Representative Atkins will yield. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, yes. I fully expect it will go to conference committee. Some of the points about limiting the interest rate, like Representative Anderson and Representative Davids and others have talked about, may well be on the table as well. That seems to be a popular approach. And certainly issues with respect to data privacy, we want to make certain that those are covered fully.
Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And certainly, if this bill had come to the Civil Law Committee, we could have maybe had some of these discussions. But I think it's really important that if this was going to move forward, that the actual data sets to be collected, what kind of security standards, rights of the data subject to correct accurate information, and controlled dissemination of the information collected would be really important components to include. We don't even see any standard as far as what kind of insurance or security protocols this private entity would need to have. So I think at least this part of the bill is not ready for prime time and could use additional work, and I would look forward to that opportunity if the bill moves forward.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the introduction of this bill, we heard quite a bit about what's the most amount of interest rate that you may have paid. And of course, you can make the case with regard to numbers and percentages to certainly demonstrate some extremes. But Representative Atkins, I remember in 1980, interest rates were extraordinarily high. And I needed some operating capital for my business, and I had to pay 23% for a $200,000 loan that I needed to run out for 24 months. That's thousands of dollars a month. But on the other hand, we've got a situation on a payday loan. Mr. Speaker, would the author yield for a question?
He will. Representative Hertaus.
Thank you. Representative Atkins, what is the average cost, or what is the average payday loan? Do you have any data on that?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hertaus. I have it in my materials, and I believe your question, I was listening to other conversations at the same time, but the question is, what is the average amount of the payday loan, or of a payday loan?
Correct.
I will find that. I know I've got it in my materials, and I will answer that as soon as I have it. I know that the average number of payday loans that people seek are 10 per year per borrower. And I also know that the max loan under law is $1,000, but the fees can be substantial in addition to that.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Atkins, if in fact, doing the numbers on something like this, if in fact we're talking about the amendment that you just added to an amendment, giving it now a maximum rate of 36%, and if the maximum rate was $1,000, or the maximum loan is $1,000, but these are payday loans, so the net paycheck might be $300, it might be $400, it might be $500. Well, if you took 36% annualized out on a 12-month basis on a $300 loan, that would be a $108 fee for 12 months. If it was $400, it'd be $144. If it was $500, it'd be $180. The point is if you divide that annual fee, if you annualize it out in your argument, how outrageous this is, frankly, you got to divide that by 12. So to go in and get a payday loan for $300 now at a maximum 36% interest rate, the payday lender can only charge $9. $9 to give this person an advance of $300 for 1 month. Representative Falk, you mentioned that you'd have to drive 75 miles to Watertown, maybe the closest place, but I would submit that you're going to cause payday lenders simply to leave the state of Minnesota. Maybe that's your goal, maybe that's your objective, but at $9 for a transaction, or even if they had $600 loan, it's $18 for a transaction now. They've got to pay property taxes because these are brick and mortar places. They've got to keep the lights on. How are you going to manage to provide a product for the consumer with those types of ridiculously low fees? You can't do it. So you're going to make these things go away, and these are the people who need alternatives. Representative David asks, where are they going to go? Are they going to write a check that's no good and then be subject to prosecution? Are you going to force them to do that? What if they had a parking ticket or a traffic violation that had to be paid in the 10 days on the little envelope those red envelopes have? And so they'll be guilty of a crime there as well. They might need to pay the rent on time or some of the other things that have been mentioned. Some of them, I'm presuming, don't have the ability to have overdraft protection or have a checking account or a credit card. That's why they're at a payday lender. But if they did, and the rest of us who may from time to time make a mistake, not make the deposit or whatever, we pay an overdraft charge. Maybe the overdraft charge was $20 and you were overdrafted by $10. What kind of interest rate is that? I think that this is just a bad idea. We shouldn't be even concerning ourselves. Representative Atkins, you mentioned about what they're using this money for. It's none of our business what people use this money for. I've had innumerable amounts of mail and letter from people complaining that we shouldn't even be talking about this simply because they know how to manage their own finances. And you may shake your head, you don't understand, but this is a private decision. So with that, I would urge a red vote for no. Thank you.
Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over Easter Passover break, a local agency helped me to understand this very issue on payday loans, and to help me understand it, and knowing that this was coming up soon. And she's watching this debate actually right now on television as it's being televised in my local Wilmer. And so I asked her about this discussion and what's going on, and especially about the border states. And so with her assistance, I'd like to just say that she has said that people locally are more likely to go on to a local person than to go online, and we can never protect anyone from going to out of state. But we have to protect our own. And what she has typically seen with these payday loans is that they are being used for emergency. They're not being used for what they've been marketed for, but for not for emergency situations, but that they are actually being used for living expenses. And so I just wanted to help support we can't support or help what people are doing out of state, but we can certainly help those that are in state to be in what we could do here.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is an extremely important issue in my district, and I'd actually request a call of the House.
Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. There's a list, but I'll get you. He can't. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant of Arms be instructed to bring in the absent member.
Representative Murphy moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant at Arms will bring in the absent members. Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the author yield just a couple of quick questions?
He will. Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, we heard during the testimony in the committee about the complaints about the payday lending, and I was just wondering if you could refresh the memory of the members who weren't or on the committee, but also for those who weren't in Commerce, how many complaints were there about brick and mortar Minnesota companies to the Commerce Department here in the state of Minnesota?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Zellers. I don't believe that there's anything that would be able to be complained about. The payday lenders here in Minnesota are all operating 100%, as far as I know, operating 100% within current law, so there'd be nothing to complain about, and I don't believe there have been any complaints because they're not operating outside the law.
Representative Zellers.
Just one other question, and Representative Atkins, same question about the Attorney General's office.
Representative Atkins will yield. Representative Atkins.
Have there been complaints about the Attorney General's office?
Not just from me, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Representative Zellers, I believe so long as they're operating within the law, which I believe that they are, which is what currently allows this 400% interest rate, there'd be nothing to complain about. They have, however, received complaints about unlicensed Internet lenders. The Internet lenders that are licensed and are operating under Minnesota state law, I believe one is like Ace Credit or Ace Express. I don't believe that there have been complaints about those folks. So currently we have Internet lenders doing business in Minnesota, and as long as they're licensed and operating within Minnesota law, there haven't been complaints. I do think that the AG's office has had some complaints about unlicensed lenders that are violating Minnesota state law currently.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, that's the testimony that we've heard in committee, what you've heard from members here on the floor, what some of you may have or may not have received from your constituents is that it isn't a Minnesota business owner problem, it is an Internet problem. The bill today isn't addressing the real problem. In fact, it's going to make it more difficult to get a payday loan here in the state of Minnesota from a brick and mortar Minnesota company, but easier to go on the Internet. So the very people the bill claims to be helping are actually going to put at higher risk. You know, I trust the good folks of South Dakota and Iowa. The Iowans talk funny, but they're nice people. The people from Wisconsin, they'll put together a great loan. It's the people that you have no idea where they're at on the Internet. Maybe from China, they may be from India, they may be the former Soviet Union. You have no idea where these folks are. You have no idea what rate they're charging. That's where the complaints are coming from. We've seen this bill, I think it's the 5th or 6th maybe year that I've seen this bill in the Commerce Committee, and we see and hear a lot from those Minnesotans that have actually used the payday lending. Some are small business owners that say it's easier for me to get a payday loan to get a new piece of equipment that I need for the job site so I can get back onto the job site than it is to go into a bank and go through the process there, then get the piece of equipment. I can get a payday loan, I can be back on the job site by the afternoon, finish the project, and not lose the contract, which is worth several thousands of dollars. That problem isn't being addressed here. In fact, it's not a problem. There are many, many Minnesotans. We've seen hundreds of letters over the last 4, 5, 6 years, emails that have come in from consumers of these Minnesota brick and mortar companies that have been not only happy, but again, they continue to go back for the product. And at the end of the day, you're going to make it more difficult for them, or impossible if it drives these businesses out of our state, to get that payday loan or to get a short-term loan. At the end of the day, they're going to go to the Internet. And that's the real problem. If Representative Atkins' bill was addressing those problems, I think you would see a lot more support on the House floor. I think you'd see a lot more support from the Minnesota Business Committee. That's what they're asking for. We want our Minnesota companies to be able to provide this service to their consumers. And again, the Department of Commerce doesn't have complaint after complaint after complaint. The Attorney General's office absolutely is concerned about the ability of these internet companies to even find out where they are. And some of our poor consumers give them their credit card and it's gone. And it's not just whatever they wanted to borrow, but it is more and more, in some cases thousands of dollars taken from their accounts. And we have no way to find these people. This bill doesn't address that problem. So at the end of the day, you're going to make it harder, more difficult, or impossible for the people who actually have not only used these products. Representative Atkins said it himself, there's 10 a year per borrower. If it was such a horrible product, if these people were so absolutely disgusted with the product, would they go back? We heard it, and it wasn't an offense to their bank or their credit union. Many of the customers, the consumers said, no, I'm happy with my bank. Just this is easier. It's quicker. I can get in and out before the end of the day. I can get back on the job site. I can get the repairs done in my car that I need for my delivery service so I can be back out delivering, doing what I do for a living. It's easier than going and sitting through the process in a bank. Nothing wrong with my bank. Have my mortgage there, have my car loan there. No problem at all. But this is what they choose. It's their choice. And if at 10 transactions per year per borrower, I think they're fairly satisfied with it. But to Representative Atkins' point, if you're going to start regulating what people can charge, then I can't imagine folks on the other side of the aisle would be ready to regulate how much a trial lawyer receives in settlement after a big case comes in. 10%, 5%, maybe pro bono. Because after all, what horrible person would take 20, 30, 40% of a settlement for somebody who'd been in an accident? You're going to cry crocodile tears for Minnesotans, and what about that? Regulate, if you're going to regulate what people can charge, and you're going to go over the top about how these people have been wronged, $1 million settlement, and maybe the person in the accident gets $250,000, $400, $500, whatever it is. Careful what road you're going down here, members. At the end of the day, if you're going to vote for this bill, then there better be an alternative for those folks that not only are using this product, but are happy and have returned to use the product time and again. Because under this bill, there is no alternative. There's the internet. And that is the wild, wild west. That is where people are being taken advantage of. That is where consumers are being ripped off. This bill doesn't address that problem. Unfortunately, members, I can't support a bill that's going to take choices away from consumers.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I actually followed this a little earlier in the year when I got the little blue note cards from a few constituents who had filled out some paperwork that basically was asking me to continue to let the payday lending carry on. And after calling these constituents back and asking why they wanted this opportunity, none of them actually remembered filling it out and said it was some form they filled out while they were getting their loan. So in following up, I have decided that I will be supporting Representative Atkins and his efforts here, because I do think we need to curb back some of these aggressive interest rates. And as for the attorneys, I would definitely love to make sure that the attorneys' rates can stay pretty limited too, but I think that's for debate for a different day. Thank you.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Halverson yield?
She will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Halverson, I've been listening to this debate and reading the bill and realizing that we have before us yet another bill that is going to bring more regulation to the private sector and the ability of businesses to operate in our state. And then there's also the side of what happens to consumers and the freedom of consumers to not only pursue their dreams and what they would like to do, but to also do that as they navigate life as we normally do. Unfortunately, a lot of consumers are going to be hurt by this bill, and I was curious as to whether or not you knew how many people in your Egan district, how many constituents of yours are payday customers that will now not be able to take out that fifth loan per year and be limited by this particular bill.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I certainly haven't done a count, but I do know that this bill in no way limits people from getting up to 4 loans, and certainly will take an incredible bite out of the number of loans that people are taking out at an egregious 391%. So in the interest of consumer protection and full disclosure of what interest rates people are paying, this is very fair in terms of leveling the playing field, knowing that these payday lenders get paid first. They get paid before back before any other bills of these folks are getting paid, and so stopping the cycle of debt is incredibly important, and I support the bill.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Halverson. Well, Representative Halverson, I've got the numbers, and in your particular district, there's 412 of your constituents that are no longer going to be able to take out that 5th loan if they would like to take out a 5th loan. 412 people who this government, this legislature is trying to, through this bill, save them from themselves and impose upon them their values and notions of what is best for them. Representative Halverson, those of us members, those of us that vote for this bill are in essence going to be telling, in Representative Halverson's district, 412 people, in other districts, 500 people, 200 people, 1,000 people, that we know better than they do what is best for them in their ability to navigate life. That's what this legislature is doing. This is a terrible bill. Not only does it take away the freedom of people to navigate through our system, navigate through the economy, but also their ability to succeed. And all in the idea that us and our patronizing approach through this bill to tell them this legislature knows better than they do what is best for them. That's what this bill does. Members, this is wrong for our constituents. This is wrong for the people of Minnesota. This is wrong for the ability for our economy to actually recover. Please vote no when you get a chance to push that red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, we have many bills that come through here during a legislative session, and most of them have a reason. There's a reason why it's here. And I'm still trying to find out what the reason is for this bill. It reminds me of a good dear friend of mine from the other side of the aisle, a former member, Roger Cooper. And when he would become perplexed, as I am right now, he would stand up on the House floor, and Representative Murphy, you know what he would say. He'd say, why? He would say, why? You can't answer the why on this bill. If Representative Halverson would yield for a question.
She will. Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Halverson, you just stated that you're voting for this bill because it would regulate the 391% interest rates. When they go to get that 5th loan, what will those interest rates be? Are they going, where's the consumer protection full disclosure you said? What are you comparing it to? 390%, 91% as compared to what? Where are these people going to go? And what are the rules going to be when they take out the loan? From a loan shark, for example. What's the rate?
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davids, once somebody has gotten into a cycle of debt where you've taken out 10, 12 loans, where you are paying back your payday lender at 391% interest versus having to pay for the roof over your head or for the food on your table, at some point that cycle collapses, and folks have to go, are in much more desperate situations, and may have to access public programs, may have to access alternatives for housing, may find themselves without housing. And so this bill provides access to short-term loans, but does not allow folks to continue to be victimized in a cycle of debt where they're putting their livelihoods at risk.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Halverson would yield for another question, actually answer the question, if she'd yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Halverson, you didn't answer my question.
Okay.
What are you comparing the 391% to? What is their other option on that fifth loan? What are you comparing it to? You just gave a nice DFL talking point, little deal there. But what are you comparing it to, that 390%? What happens when they can't get that fifth loan? What do they do?
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davids, I certainly can't speak to what every single individual who is finding themselves in financial trouble is going to do, but the fact is that there are resources that are available to people that they will be able to avail themselves of beyond the payday loan programs. It sounds like this payday loans are being treated as the loan of last resort, and it's not. It's a Band-Aid for people, and people in very desperate situations will do very desperate things, including paying exorbitant interest rates. And so I can't speak to what individuals may do, but there are resources in communities, from food shelves to churches to other resources that people may avail themselves of without having to have spiraled into taking out 10 loans at 391% interest.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I'm not going to get an answer to my question. As we look further to this Loan Shark Protection Act of 2014, I'd like Representative Metz, if he'd be so kind as to yield.
He will. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Metz, you're voting for this bill, and I'll quote you, said, cut back excessive interest rates. I have the bill before me right here. Could you please point out the page and line as to where we're cutting any interest rates?
Representative Metz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davids, I was more referring to the idea behind paying that and what we are limiting, no specific reference to any language in the bill.
Representative Davids.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So we're voting for a bill to cut excessive interest rates in a bill that doesn't cut any interest rates. I find that curious. If the fine representative from Wilmer, Representative Sawatsky, if she would please yield.
She will. Representative Davids.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Sawatsky, you said that you had talked to somebody who was big into this thing, and these unintended consequences are just very, very unfortunate. You said that you could go local. You could go to someone local. What would the rules be? What would the charges be? What would the fees be? What would the rates be if you went to someone local, and how would they be regulated?
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just I'll review what I said when I was visiting with the agency that helps people because of this perpetual problem that some of their clients come to them for help with, have said that certainly people would go to a payday loan brick and mortar place locally rather than going online. From their experience, this is just one person, but from their experience, they would go to a local. We do have one, maybe two in Wilmer. One is in Paynesville, Representative Howe's district, and then otherwise most of our people go to St. Cloud area if they were to get one of these loans, which apparently from this agency's experience have said that a lot of people locally don't necessarily go to a place in, for instance, if they live in Wilmer, may not necessarily go to the one locally, meaning the community that they live in, but maybe a community close by. So you can kind of see that if they do some job or some hopping of brick and mortar, Paynesville, St. Cloud, I know Rochester has a lot of debt in the Rochester area, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and across the state of Minnesota. So, but otherwise, you can go to a bank to get a loan also, to answer your actual question.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the reason payday lenders exist is because you can't go to the local bank. For someone to say that, oh, don't go to the payday loan place, just go to the local bank, it doesn't work that way. I don't think we understand the bill. So maybe, Mr. Speaker and Representative Sawatsky, I didn't understand. When you said go local, I thought you meant like go to a local person, but you were referring to going to a local payday place. And if you do that, if you need a fifth loan, it's late February and you need a fifth loan, that's what this bill does. It says you can't get it. You can't get that fifth loan under the Loan Shark Protection Act of 2014. Now, under the Loan Shark Protection Act of 2014, what we're doing is just so amazing to me. We have a system that's working. There are no complaints. There are no complaints. And if you look at the handout from the Office of the Attorney General, I can't believe I'm about to say what I'm about to say, but I agree with the Attorney General. Sorry, I'm already endorsed. It doesn't matter. I'm already endorsed. Can't take that from me. I suppose they could have a primary. But, and I for the record, Mr. Speaker and members, our Attorney General says she warns against taking out loans over the internet from unlicensed lenders, having seen a growing list of complaints to the office from consumers who have done business with such companies. I agree with her. Consumers who have taken out or even just explored the option of short-term loans from unlicensed internet companies have experienced the following types of problems: higher interest rates, automatic extensions, unauthorized withdrawals, unlawful debt collection tactics, phony collection scams, and that's what you're putting them into. Because no one can answer the question, what do you do when you need the fifth loan? Well, you either go on the internet to Aruba or someplace like that, or under the Loan Shark Protection Act of 2014, I'll tell you who you're going to go see. You're going to go see guys with names like Guido and Bruno and people like this. And if you don't pay that loan on time, you may be missing a finger. We can laugh, but that's what happens in the real world. Of course, we're not in the real world. I'm not going to say a word. Representative Ward, I'm not going to say a word. So it's just so bizarre. This bill is bizarro world because you're going from regulated companies to unregulated. I mean, companies, we have no clue on how we could help folks. If I have a constituent that has a problem with something like, now, I don't have any of these payday lending places in my district. I don't think I do. Maybe they do over in La Crosse or up in Rochester, but I don't think Fillmore, Houston County has anything like this. But what we are doing, we're taking away options. We are hurting the poorest of the poor. We are hurting the poorest of the poor. And on this side of the aisle, we don't want to do that. We don't think that's right. So members, please let Minnesotans keep all their fingers and deal with companies that have bricks and mortar that are paying taxes here, whether it be the unbanked company, no complaints, ACE, no complaints, Payday America, no complaints.
Representative Russo, what purpose do you rise?
I'm not certain if this would be a personal privilege or what, but a moment ago we were hearing reference to loan sharks, and now we're hearing about people's fingers being broken or whatever and whatnot, and this was associated with the names of Guido and Bruno. Now, I am not Italian myself, but my children are. My grandchild is.
Representative Russo, this is not a time for personal privilege. If you want to rise to a point of order, you can do that.
But that would be a point of order. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Under what rule?
I'm sorry, I do not know. Language of debate. Thank you.
Okay, do you have advice?
Pardon me?
Do you have advice?
Well, I'm objecting to the characterization that was used a moment ago. And I do not know precisely what numbers because I just walked into the room. So I'm sorry. I will sit down, but I hope that people heard me.
I think Representative Davids will take your advice, and I'm not going to rule on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for that, but I will not take her advice. And I never said fingers broken, I said cut off, because that's what loan sharks do. And that's where we're sending people to. And for the life of me, Mr. Speaker, I have no clue as to why. Thank you, members.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, at your desk you have a handout that was passed out. I believe it's Representative Woodard who passed out this flyer. And on one side it is something that I believe was taken from the website of the Attorney General's office. And on the back there is a sentence at the top that says a vote for House File 2293 is a vote for the bad guys. Just ask the Attorney General. Well, I did. This flyer is not distributed by the Attorney General's office. This flyer is not distributed by the Attorney General's office. So members, the Attorney General's office has in fact sued unregulated payday lenders and sued a number of them. But we're talking about regulated payday lenders here in Minnesota, and we're putting a cap on them. We're putting a cap on the number of loans that a consumer can take out to stop the cycle of debt, to stop the cycle of keeping Minnesotans in poverty. Members, I would encourage you to vote in favor of this consumer protection bill. We need to keep Minnesotans in a place where they are not put in a cycle of poverty that they can't get out of.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A while ago, Representative Anderson was asking questions of Representative Falk, and I just wanted to point out he made the comment that the distance was 75 miles, and I just want members to know that doesn't stop people in the rural. They have no problem going 90 miles for cigarettes that are now too high in Minnesota. So they will travel far.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a moment ago, it was mentioned that this was not from the Attorney General Lori Swanson. You'll notice that on the back page, maybe you didn't have an opportunity to look at the back side, it says excerpts taken directly from the state.mn.us /consumer/publication/payday loans.asp on 4/22/2014. And the comment was made that they have done complaints against unregulated out-of-state and online payday lenders, and that is correct. That's exactly what this piece of paper states, is that the complaints against regulated Minnesota licensed bricks and mortar payday lenders are none from 2010 to the present, and then the complaints against are listed. So I just want to kind of clarify the record on that. But Mr. Speaker and members, and I talked about this a little bit on my amendment, but I want to really make it clear that this is about choices, and it's about taking away choices. And for gosh sakes, let's let people decide what's best for themselves, whether or not these loans help them. A comment was made earlier that they're taking these loans out for daily expenses. Well, if that's the case, then they may need to change the way that they spend money. But at the end of the day, if these are critical daily expenses, it is not this body's job to tell them how to live. And members, there are plenty of good reasons to use these payday lenders, and there are plenty of good ones out there that are being used today. This bill just kind of paints them all with the same broad brush. And it kind of reminds me of a conversation we had about MNsure, and I know we don't want to talk about MNsure, but choices in MNsure about sometimes it's confusing that there's a lot of soup cans when you go to the grocery store and you look at all that soup and it's all confusing, and gosh, we need somebody to step in and help us with our choices. Well, members, that is not our job. These are choices that people can make, and it actually helps them in many cases. There are cases where it doesn't. I would venture to guess there are probably members of this body who have credit scores that are too low, that they've made bad choices. It's not the job of this body to go in and fix your low credit score. It is your job to go in and fix your low credit score. If you're not making enough money, then work towards a job or towards a career that helps you make more money. We've just raised the minimum wage to $9.50, so that's good news. Hopefully the need for these kinds of payday lenders mean that $9.50 an hour means that they won't have to. That's what this body just did. They passed it. So members, let's let people make their own decisions here. And they're taking it with their eyes wide open. Let's let them do that, and let's give them the opportunity to pay for bills when they need it, and emergencies when they need it, and occasionally maybe a daily expense when they need to. Let's let them do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And Representative Atkins, thank you for this bill. It's good work, it's thorough, and it's thoughtful. I no longer serve on the Commerce Committee, haven't for several years. But I used to, and I remember the payday lending community industry, it's not a community, it's an industry, coming forward in that committee. And I remember them testifying on bills. Bills Representative Simon had, bills Representative I had, others perhaps. And they said, well, people only use these for emergencies. A couple of loans a year. And we have to charge 391% annual interest because these are high-risk loans. We have to worry about default. Minnesota, you can't regulate us because it's a high-risk service we're providing people when the chips are down and they really need it. I'll be kind. I'll be gentle. It's not true. What we found was the average payday borrower doesn't take out one loan or two loans. When you hit one of St. Paul's legendary potholes and you need repair, that's not when they do it. They take out, on average, 10 loans a year. 10 loans a year. Paying on average a 273% interest rate. One of the representatives on the other side said, oh, it's terrible. Wisconsin charges 22% interest. You're going to send people to Wisconsin to pay 22% interest. Good golly, Miss Molly, that's a huge cut to what we ask Minnesotans to pay. South Dakota, huge cut to what Minnesotans are charged for these loans. Iowa, huge cut to what Minnesotans are asked to pay for these loans. The problem, members, is what do they do when they hit the fifth loan? The reason they need the fifth loan is because of the first loan, the second loan, the third loan, and the fourth loan, the high interest rates and the structures of the loans themselves. 20 or 30 years ago, the financial services industry looked at low-income working people and said, there's no money there. You can't get blood out of a turnip. Well, you know what? They figured out how to do it. Remember the subprime mortgage crisis, where in parts of Minnesota, if you were a person of color, you were 50% more likely to get a subprime loan because of the color of your skin, even if you qualified for a regular prime loan? That's getting blood out of a turnip. That's the folks, the subprime lenders, who brought this economy to its knees. Preying on working people who are trying to make it and trying to move up a step on the economic ladder. Payday lenders, same folks. Trying to get blood out of folks who find themselves in a temporary problem, and then through the structure of the loan and the interest rates they charge, they turn that temporary crisis into a long-term economic and personal finance challenge. We've heard a lot of concern today about, well, people will go to the internet. They'll borrow from internet lenders. Minnesota regulates internet lenders of these types of loans. The ones that the Attorney General has gone after are the ones who are operating illegally. If you like the illegal operators, by all means vote against this bill today. But if you want to set the white lines that we do all across the board on what is reasonable and prudent, whether it's on investments, whether it's on insurance, whether it's on banks, whether it's on investments, government sets the white lines and business plays within those white lines. Representative Atkins is repainting the white lines on the street so that the borrowers and the lenders can better see them, and Minnesotans can keep more of their own money in their own pockets and have less going to predatory lenders. Thank you, Representative Atkins. Thank you, members.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've heard a lot about predatory practices, a lot about you know, the subprime mortgage debacle. And to Representative Dabney, I think the whole mortgage debacle has probably more origination in removing the risk from owning or borrowing money at the federal level back in the 90s, and we all know who was the genesis for that. And that is what caused a lot of people to lose their houses because they didn't have any risk in the game. And this is all about risk. And so to that extent, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the author of the bill would stand for a couple questions.
He will. Representative Albright.
On page 4, line 12, it talks about, excuse me, I'll back that up, and my first question to Representative Atkins is, Representative Atkins, in the body of your bill, you suggest that the maximum number of loans that can be taken out is 4. Could you answer for me what thought process went into the number 4, please?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Albright. I was hoping that somebody eventually would ask me that question. I've been calling on all kinds of other members, which is terrific, but I really appreciate the question. The 4 is that by the 5th loan, the interest is half what the original principal of the loan was. And so if you look at Representative Hertaz, I think, was it a $240,000 loan? $200,000 loan, is that right? Just give me a nod of the head. $200,000 loan that he took out, and he talked about an exorbitant interest rate that he paid, Representative Albright. I believe, if I remember right, Representative Hertaz, 23%. And it was over a 2-year period of time. And he thought that was thousands and thousands of dollars, which I'm sure that it was, but it pales in comparison to what these folks are paying in interest by the time they get to that 5th loan. Even off the first loan, if you're at half of the money being paid back by the 5th loan is at half the face value. For Representative Hertaz's example, that would have been $100,000 in interest on his $200,000 loan. We wouldn't let that happen to Representative Hertaz. We shouldn't let it happen to poor folks either that are in desperate straits. So that was the magic of the 5th loan being the number, and that's why we stopped at 4.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think Representative Atkins, that one of the concerns that I have with the presumption of your argument is that they're not repaying those loans. And so they do get to the 5th loan in this situation, and they're not paying it back. But I'll give you an analogy, and I think that in light of the timing of year, it might be appropriate. But most of us, on a quarterly basis, are making contributions to pay off a loan that someone says we owe. And then long about the end of the first quarter of the following year, we come clean with the debt that we owe to someone. And as Representative Davids might suggest, that it's the ultimate loan shark program. It's our income tax. Now, I will remind you that our own government requires that if we are 60 days past due on the amount of money that they say that we owe, that the penalty for that is the lesser of $135 or 100% of the unpaid tax. Do the annualized amortization on that one, and I dare say that you will be far and away higher than what we are asking for accommodation for in this. And in this case, under the provisions of this, you wouldn't even be able to get that loan. So, members, this is a bill that's going in want of a problem. We have people within this state who are doing good work for people that need help in their most dire moments, when they don't have another deep pocket to dip into. And most of these loans, candidly, are for very, very short-term needs until they get payment from other places. But it is, as Representative you've heard on this side, Representative Zellers, it keeps business owners doing what they can do best, and that is be productive organizations within the state of Minnesota. So I would urge members to vote red.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really wonderful to have Representative Davids speak to the idea of your party helping the poor pay 300 or 350 or 400% interest. I'm pretty sure that that's really what the poor want the help at doing. On a fifth loan from one of these places. See, just for those that maybe don't know, I have about 5 of these places in my district, and maybe another 3 or 4 within walking distance of my boundaries. I have one that took over, I think, a supermarket in my district. And I see the people lined up. So maybe when they're going for the 5th, they should go talk to Lutheran Social Services or any of the debt counselors that are out there that will help them figure out how to do this. Because once they get caught in the cycle of this loan sharkery, and I'm not calling these payday loan people that. I wouldn't, do like some people do and pick on an ethnic group, but that's what's wrong. And my question, I've got a couple of questions, and if Representative Davids would yield to a question.
He will. Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davids, do you have a payday loan facility a brick and mortar in your district?
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mahoney, no, I don't own one yet.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that there's some humor here, but my question was, do you actually have a brick and mortar payday loan or any of these particular loan 300 and 400% interest loan people with a brick and mortar location in your district?
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I do, and I can go to any payday loan. Oh, brick and mortar? I can get the payday loans off the internet or from loan sharks, but I can't go to brick and mortar. I think I'd have to go to La Crosse, Wisconsin, just because that's across the river, or probably Rochester, maybe Austin. You could ask Representative Poppy if there's one in Austin. I'm not sure.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Most of these, I'm done with you, Representative Davids. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get at. Most of these brick and mortar payday loan groups prey on the poor in the inner city and in harsher parts of our larger cities in the state. And most of the people that have gotten up either don't have them in their districts or don't live in the city. And I appreciate your help trying to protect the people in my district. That's really great. But maybe we should figure out a way that we make financial counseling for these people a little bit more available rather than spend a lot of hot air trying to protect one particular business. That hurts the poor. They don't help the poor whether they have 4 loans or 14 loans. They take money out of their family budgets to make themselves wealthier at the expense of the poor. And to have spent this much time protecting businesses that charge people 400% and 500% interest, when to every service person now, they're more than happy. Was it 36% interest that they're charging? But if you're poor and you show up at my door, I'm not going to treat you like like someone who's volunteered for the service in this country and charges 36%. I'm going to charge you 400%. And I look across the aisle and see you protect these people that charge people 400% interest. And you don't even have them in your district. Maybe you need to drive through Minneapolis and hit one of those legendary Minneapolis potholes and see what they do. See those people that line up there. Those people need help. They don't need this kind of help, though. Vote green on Representative Atkins' bill.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Sawatsky yield for a question?
She will. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Sawatsky, I apologize, I can't see you a little bit over the top. Sorry about that. But Representative Sawatsky, you had earlier brought up some discussions from the Commerce Committee. And by the way, I've never served on the Commerce Committee, but I greatly appreciate the work of the Commerce Department and also the good work that the Commerce Committee does to protect Minnesotans and also do a lot of things to make sure that we're getting a fair deal. Learn a lot around here about when you go to the gas station and you pump a gallon of gas, how do you really know that's a gallon? Well, it's one of the things that the Commerce Department does, I found out working here. When you weigh stuff, that it actually weighs what it says it does. So the Commerce Department does a lot of really good things to make sure that people are getting a fair deal. And sometimes we kind of put ourselves into that mix a little bit and try to protect people a little bit in areas that maybe they don't need protecting, maybe they do. And Representative Sawatsky, I was listening to when you were discussing something about your debate and discussions with agencies, and some agencies had told you that people were using these loans for different kinds of uses, maybe inappropriate uses. Could you talk a little bit about what those agencies were? Is that like a government agency or a not-government agency? What were the agencies? And then also, could you talk about maybe some of the uses that some of those folks were using these loans for?
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dean. I think one of the agencies that I went to has already been quoted by Representative Mahoney. And I just want to remind people that when you get, and this person is emailing me as well, when you get into 10 payday loans, it is very difficult to help that person dig out of the hole that they have. If they have 1 or 2 loans, it's possible to get them over the hump and to assist them in helping with their financial needs. But when you get into more loans, it's difficult to get yourself out of that hole. So I'm here to help protect Minnesotans. And also, it's not just necessarily the people that don't have any money. This group of people that help me understand payday loans, they have some people that are making 6 figures. So it's from one end to the other, and this group of people have helped people who cannot afford to keep digging themselves in a hole, as well as very wealthy people that do not have good advice or have good money skills. And so I'm here to help protect Minnesotans. And this isn't going to help everybody, but I'm hoping to help some people.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Sawatsky would yield for another question.
She will. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sawatsky. Representative Sawatsky, you had referenced earlier in the commerce discussions that agencies had talked to you about specific uses for how these loans were being used. Could you talk, and you talked about inappropriate uses, could you tell me a little bit what were those agencies, and then what were some of the uses that you thought that you had brought up that were perhaps inappropriate uses of these funds?
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean. The loans were used for normal living expenses.
Representative Dean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Sawatsky. I didn't hear the other portion of that. I don't know which agencies those are, but I think there were social service agencies, and is that maybe what they were? Anyway, But I thought the second part of that was perhaps even more telling, Representative Swatsky, because sometimes that's what people need. If people are between a rock and a hard place. We've all got folks in our districts who are hurting. And you don't have to live in a place that's very near to the capital or near to downtown Minneapolis to be hurting. Some of the people in my district are hurting. Some of the people in Representative Swatsky's district are hurting. People in the Iron Range are hurting. People are all around the state find themselves between a rock and a hard place sometimes. Many times access to credit is really troubled. And when we decide where they can go for help when they're between a rock and a hard place, I find it somewhat interesting that we can make these determinations so quickly because we know so much better here about what's good for people across the state of Minnesota. You know, we have access, by and large, most of us here have access to credit. Not everybody does. 2006, 2007, houses were worth probably 30 or 40% more than they are now. When you're knocking on doors this summer, maybe 20% of those might be upside down, maybe more, meaning that the people who live behind those doors owe more money on that house than the house is worth, which means they can't sell it, which means they don't have access to a home equity loan anymore. They can't get it. Maybe they don't have overdraft protection. Maybe the wife and the husband qualified for that home in 2006, 2007 for $280,000. Maybe the husband has been laid off for 6 months or a year, and he just got a new job, and he's going to be starting, but he needs to get to the 15th before that paycheck comes, and he needs to get by. We here are saying, we know better than you do, family. We can say that you can't get access to loans from here because we're so much smarter than you. But really, what really bothered me the most was when we say what you can use the money for. What business is it of yours to determine that? What business is it of yours to determine what a family can or should spend money on? When did we get into that business? Now, I understand the need for many folks to feel like they need to protect people across the state of Minnesota. But how many people here have ever been between that rock and a hard place? I bet a lot of us have. And I bet a lot of us will down the road also be between a rock and a hard place with maybe a couple of kids in school, a car payment, music lessons, orthodontist, all of the things that we have to pay for at home. The 1st and the 15th is a big deal for a lot of people in your districts. And to get to the 1st and the 15th is a big deal. So why do we pretend we know so much more than they do about where they can access credit and what they should be spending their money on? Please, people, just give them some more money in the first place. Give them access to that job. That's what's going to do it. But please, members, don't try to tell people what their budgets are, and don't try to tell people where they can access this credit. So with that, members, I respectfully ask for a red vote on this bill.
Representative Lean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my experience for about 5 years at a nonprofit financial counseling agency, I've seen firsthand the cycle of indebtedness in which these payday loans result. And where we've heard the average borrower takes out 10 loans annually, with each subsequent loan being used to pay off the original loan. All the while, these fees are stacking up on each loan, resulting in the triple-digit interest rates that go against the borrower, which, in this whole process, they're not establishing credit or building up their credit. And although these loans are marketed as short-term access to money, often used by folks who live check to check and cannot rely on savings, They lead to long-term revolving debt and do not allow individuals the opportunity to build financial independence or the ability to develop assets. And I certainly do thank Representative Atkins for leading the charge in bringing House File 2293. I think this will start the process of encouraging short-term lending and borrowing by controlling revolving debt, ensuring proper underwriting is done, and providing consistency in the short-term lending industry. And furthermore, I welcome the opportunity to work with any member in this body to look at ways we can help the credit industry provide short-term, quick cash products for individuals, to provide individuals with tools to build that financial independence, that asset building. And I think Representative Anderson, Representative Sanders, and Representative Fritz, these are all great issues that we really should look into taking up in our Asset Preservation Task Force.
Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have to say that I live in a rural area and probably don't have one of these institutions in my district, but I've sat here during this whole debate trying to learn and understand about the bill and about this whole process of payday lending. And I have to say I don't really understand the logic behind the bill. Because if these loans are so bad for consumers, why are we allowing 4? We've talked about this magic number of 4. You know, if 1 is bad, they then have to take out number 2 to pay off number 1, and then 3 to 2 and 4 to 3. What happens at the end of their 4th loan? In the comment that really got to me, a couple of colleagues on the other side of the aisle said that we are stopping the cycle of debt. No, we aren't. This does nothing to stop the cycle of debt. When somebody reaches that end of the line, that 4th loan, there's nothing here that bridges that gap to mom and apple pie and a happy ride off into the sunset. They still have the same problem. They have that same financial problem. This bill does not stop the cycle of debt. There's been talk that maybe we should have looked more at putting caps on interest rates. That would seem to be a much more logical way to go at this, rather than saying you can take 4 of these bad loans, but after that, you're on your own. You can't have any more this year. What you're going to do is kind of up to you. So I don't think this bill really addresses the problem, if there is a problem, and I would encourage a red vote on the bill.
Representative Anderson S. Okay. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know there's been a lot of discussion here about this bill somehow protecting consumers and that this would somehow lower interest rates. I hope that in the time we've been debating this that you've had an opportunity to actually read the bill. It does neither of those things. Also, one member questioned that the interest rate in Wisconsin was only 22%. That is true. But that's not an annual percentage rate. That's a percentage rate per loan. That's actually greater. If you have a week-long loan, that's actually greater than what can be charged here in Minnesota. So I think you need to put a little perspective. And I want to talk just very briefly about what this bill does. And I want to comment on something that Representative Halverson said, that she said that this was not a last resort for people. And I agree with that. I don't think that these payday loans are a last resort for a consumer. But what this bill does, members, and listen very closely, what this bill will do is limit options for consumers. And what we will all find out, if you limit this option, what we will find out is what that last resort really is. So as you push your button, a red button will simply limit a consumer's choice and limit their options. That's all it does. A green button. If you vote for this bill, you will simply be limiting a consumer's choice. That's it. And as Representative Halverson said, this isn't their last resort, but if you vote today for this bill and you vote to limit their choices, you will find out what their last resort is. And I don't think anybody in this chamber wants to do that to these people.
Representative Atkins.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the passioned speeches on both sides. Last summer, July 11th, I was playing basketball with some friends, drove to the basket, and as I was about to do so, or as I pushed off, I heard this popping sound and fell to the ground. For those of you that have experienced it, that was my Achilles going and rolling up into the back of my calf. With surgery a few days later, I experienced the greatest pain I've ever experienced in my entire life. And I was given some pretty fancy painkillers. And the doctor said, as he gave them to me, he said, "Now be careful with these. In small doses, they're okay, but too many will kill you." Payday loans in small doses are okay, but too many of them will kill you. How many of you, just by a show of hands, I'm not going to call on you. I don't believe in doing that silliness of trying to call people out. But how many of you know somebody with 5 or more payday loans? And I see a couple of hands, and I appreciate that. I do. And for those of you, facts are stubborn things. They don't tend to bend, and no matter how much hyperbole and how much exaggeration and funny stories we tend to tell, can't do away with those stubborn facts. And we had these folks come to our committee a few weeks ago, and I had a chance to talk with some folks. And the stories of people that have had 5 or more of these payday loans, they'll break your hearts. And regardless whether you vote red or green, I know everybody's heart's in the right place. You care about these folks. If you really care about them, think about voting for this bill. Those people that had 5 or 10 or 15 of these loans at 3 or 4 or 700%, they break your heart. We heard them in the committee process. They're losing their homes. They're losing their cars. The debt trap that they are in is something that you can't even understand. You can't even appreciate until you've talked to them. So if you haven't talked to them, please, before this bill comes back again, if it comes back again, talk to somebody that's in that position. We had testimony on behalf of the payday lending industry from people who said, please don't take this ability away from me. And I talked to some of those folks too, and I appreciate that folks like Representative Hoppe made a point to talk to them. And when I talked to them, I said, tell me your situation. And most of them had taken out 1 or 2. In one case, there was a person who had 3 loans. This doesn't impact them. This doesn't take that ability away. If they have an emergency, if they have that urgent need that arises, they can still get up to 4 loans. But by the time you get to 5, like I talked about with Representative Hertas, you're now talking about half the money that they pay back, folks, is in the form of interest. On Representative Hertas's loan, a $200,000 principal loan, it would have been $100,000 in interest. We wouldn't allow that to happen to our friend Representative Hertas. We wouldn't allow that to happen to anybody that we know. And yet we're going to allow it to happen to the poorest among us in emergencies. It's just not right. We know it's not right. And we shouldn't allow it here in Minnesota. In fact, anybody else that charged that kind of interest rate, $100,000 on Representative Hertas's $200,000 loan, you can go to jail for that. There's huge damages that come along with that. They apply to everybody else, but we treat folks who are poor with a lesser standard. We give them lesser rights than anybody else. That's all that this bill does. I will leave you with not my comments, but the comments from Representative Loon and Mr. Tapper, the Vice President of Unloan Corporation, who testified in our committee. Representative Loon asked him the question. She said, what do you ask your customers when they come in with regards to that provision under federal law, which limits loans to active duty military members to 36%. And Mr. Tapper, the vice president of one of these payday lending companies, said, we ask them if they are currently active in the military, and if they are active military, we do not do any lending to military members whatsoever. for the exact reasons that Representative Atkins stated. We don't want to cause hardship on their families either. You know, members of the military fight for every Minnesotan, rich or poor, and that's all I'm asking you to do today. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Murphy moves that the call of the House be lifted. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 653. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 653. On the calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to open meeting law.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill has taken several years to actually get heard on the floor. It was on the calendar of the day a little less than a year ago. Basically, many of us rural caucus members, we attend township meetings and other meetings where you have 3, 4, 5 people show up. Many local government meetings are that way. And issues come up, and there's not the communication with the public, so you hit second, third, fourth hand, and you end up having problems when you don't need to have them. And so the emphasis for this bill is to allow for local government to participate with social media to communicate to their constituents and people around them. And that's to allow them to be able to do that and have that conversation and openness so that we can, better serve people. And I'll stand for questions.
There's no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 653.
Third reading. Any discussion of the bill? Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the open meeting law. And there are approximately 850 cities in Minnesota. 2 of them have had the distinction of having their insurance canceled from the League of Minnesota Cities, one of them in which I reside in. And the open meeting law, what this potentially does is gut the open meeting law. And the reason I'm telling you about this is because it results in a lot of damages and lawsuits and litigations to cities. We went through a long litigious process and paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars of claims for open meeting law violations. The problem that I see in this circumstance with regard to social media and being able to participate as an elected official in social media about subjects in which you may vote on is with smaller units of government, such as 5-member councils, planning commission boards, park advisory boards, all of those types of entities. You only need 3 people to participate to establish a quorum. Now, a lot of your constituents and your citizens rely on a regular scheduled event when council meetings are on the first and third Tuesdays. Maybe planning commissions are on the second and fourth Mondays. And there's regularly scheduled park advisory meetings or other city types of meetings. And with that understanding, most constituents know what the regular schedule is and when they can presume to participate in these types of conversations. But if it is a requirement to be a friend on Facebook and to have the serial round-robin communication between members about subject matter, then constituents don't know and don't get the posting of a notice or meeting or when these conversations are happening. And that becomes, I believe, a violation of open meeting law. Each of us is held to a higher standard when we serve in local government. And you have to choose to not participate in that. So the bottom line here is your constituents don't know when these conversations are going on. They can't participate in it. They can't be privy that decisions and attitudes are being formed or shaped by these conversations. And the citizens do care, because even in the case of our community, people would observe council members' homes and residences to see whether or not that other council member's car was in the driveway. And so they pay attention, but they can't know when these things are happening on the net. So with that, even though I appreciate the well intentions of my esteemed colleague, I would urge a red vote on this bill.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I want to piggyback off what Representative Hertas was just discussing. I have grave concerns about how this might be used by a school board, by school board members, and in fact, I've had school board members approach me about this. Once something is posted on Facebook and others start to comment on it, and who knows whether or not it's another school board member or a member of the public, then we get this very, I would say, closed, a violation actually of the open meeting law, and it becomes a closed conversation and perhaps a conversation about those topics that school board members, for example, as one public body, cannot discuss in this kind of setting. So members, I hope you think carefully about the use of social media when it comes to public meeting and our open meeting law, and that you honor the fact that we have open meetings for a reason, and that we gather in a public setting, such as in a school board district office meeting room, to discuss issues and not let these become part of social media, where members of the public may not know that a discussion is going on about a certain issue. Perhaps it's a school bond issue, perhaps it's about a certain personnel issue that has not been disclosed but is known by school board members. So I just caution you, and I appreciate Representative Quam's bill, but members, let's think more carefully about what social media is doing in our lives today, and I would recommend a red vote on this until we can have a better discussion of the extent to which issues, especially surrounding school board meetings, might be discussed on Facebook. Thank you.
Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, well, I have similar concerns to those that Representative Hertas and Representative Erickson had raised, and I wish this bill had been heard in education policy, because I think the intent is correct. I think we need to figure out how to appropriately use social media to open up the communications process with our constituents, especially in communities where that's more difficult. But I think that the bill itself is it's too broad. We need to figure out how to build some more specificity around the idea of the constraints that are intended in the bill. I know that the bill says it limits this to exchanges with the general public, but exactly how that would be defined in social media, I think, is very unclear in this bill. And I think about the fact, having served on a school board for a number of years and being very sensitive to how the open meeting law can be violated, if something like a serial phone call can violate the open meeting law, which it can, time on Facebook with a group of people who may or may not include a quorum of board members without it being available to the general public seems to me to obviously violate the intent of the open meeting law. So I think more clarity is needed in order to get to the goal of Representative Quam's bill. So I would encourage a no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and representatives. In order to get peace in the valley, we did try to be more specific, that you had to list ahead of time, post, etc., on the official site. And we tried to get into the minutia, but for Peace in the Valley, one of the main people participating requested that we go back to the more general. Frankly, if someone wants to subvert the open meeting law, they get very creative and they do it. I think none of us here believes anything that we ever post online is not there and available forever. So it's not hiding to have that conversation. And the emphasis came when you've got 3 people on a township board. You hit 2 pretty easy. And they have very few people maybe show up, but they want to be able to communicate with the technology we have. And 2 seconds from now, a new app could pop up. So it's hard to come up with some complex way to solve everything. But the intent is the good people that want to talk to their constituents, allow them to use 21st century technology like everybody else and communicate and have that conversation. And it's to take that burden off of the good people, because frankly, whether it's 3 members that get elected to a town council and before they get sworn in, they meet and they decide that they're going to replace the city manager. That stuff's happened. That isn't covered. There will always be things that aren't. But I feel that if we allow communication between members of local government and citizens, that is good. And that if you're talking about hiding or doing something sneaky or sly, you look at all the cases where a public official has tweeted or sent something on their phone and it's become public. So frankly, I think there's less risk of this than being hidden, than someone going up to a coffee shop or meeting at bump into somebody at a gas station. But we need to learn that we can't just ignore modern technology. We have to allow it in our processes, and that is the intent of this bill. And is it perfect? No. But I don't see where we'd ever get perfect. And as soon as we did, the next second there'd be a new app and we'd have to change it.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have several concerns, more quandaries with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We live in an environment where social media is ever-changing, and I can speak to build the base from a security standpoint in terms of what is regulated and what is not regulated in terms of conversation, recommendation, or provisions to those recommendations. And as you sit on various boards, as you contemplate conversations with the various board members, it becomes very, very concerning to me that those could be subverted, whether it be through a Twitter, whether it be through a Skype, whether it be through any number of electronic means that Facebook or whatever have you that are coming online. I can only think on the last 2 or 3 years with the proliferation of chat rooms that were regulated in my industry that I come from, my background, and how they are just pervasive. And now we've got the texting controls and concerns about that. I mean, you take a look at just the number of exchanges that we all share on the floor of the House, whether it be through emails, whether it be through texts, whether it be through other means. And so my first question, if the Representative Quam would stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
He will. Representative Albright.
Representative Quam, in your deliberations with regard to this, I'm concerned, and I wish that you would be able to alleviate the concerns, probably for a number of members, in terms of could elected officials be able to use other means of convening a meeting? How would you go about verifying that there is a quorum? And to the extent that you can verify and keep and archive those records and those deliberations for future consideration should something of a nefarious nature be perpetrated during those meetings.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Albright. Basically, every local elected group has guidelines, procedures, policies for meetings. That a meeting where any official business is taken care of is posted, notified, recorded, etc. So there would not be the possibility of doing official business, holding a vote, and having it done outside of those parameters.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hear what you're saying. I take exception with it from the standpoint of convening meetings over the Internet with regard to shareholder meetings, which are a form of open meeting law. You're required for that. You have to also, in a sense, in this case, you might deal with proxy votes, shareholder proxies. If Representative Quam would stand for one more question, Mr. Speaker.
He will.
Quam, as new types of social media come online, what provision or what consideration did you take into account to accommodate open meeting laws for what you don't know is coming down the way not only 6 months from now, but 12 months from now?
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Albright. Actually, during the committee process, we had items that were entered. The previous version had where you could not supplant a meeting, that you could not line up votes. We had a lot of detail and comfort language to take care of that. There was a party that was objecting, and in order to get peace in the valley, asked to revert and pull that out. And frankly, my preference would be the previous language. And frankly, I wish we could amend at the floor, and we could come up with an improvement. But this is one occasion where, in an attempt for peace in the valley, maybe wasn't what I would have picked as best. But I definitely feel that there could be an amendment if we were allowed to do that.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on some conversation with members, I think there might be a little fix needed to the bill, and I would make a motion to re-refer the bill back to the Rules Committee.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails, although not without valiant effort. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy A. from the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for today for Monday, April 28, 2014. House File Number 3238, Senate File Number 2571. House File Numbers 2755 and 2925, Senate File Number 2245, and House File Numbers 2687, 2722, 2728, 1916, 2654, and 1851.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions and motions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection to those motions, we'll take them first. Hearing no objections, those motions are adopted. Any announcements? Representative Detmer, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker and members, today I would like to introduce to the House a retired Brigadier General Dennis Schulstead from the Air Force, who is located in the galley above us. General Schulstead is representing more than 400 retired generals and admirals across the country who are part of a national security profit mission called Mission Readiness, which is Military Leaders for Kids. He is in the Capitol today talking about how obesity among our youth is a leading disqualifier for military service. The General is promoting the Minnesota Safe Routes to School program as an important investment in making our community safer and more accessible to our children, and physical activity to combat the rising rates of obesity. And as many know, that Representative Norton and I, we co-chair the Obesity Working Group here at the Capitol. And members, please give a warm welcome to General Schulstead from the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You all should have received an email that went out today from myself and Representative Ward regarding legislators uniting to volunteer or love to. If you remember, we started this last year, just an opportunity for members to get together and do some good in the community that we all come together and to serve. And just on a bipartisan basis, do something good and do something a little different from our daily routine. So we have two events lined up that we would love to have you participate on. The first is coming up next Tuesday, April 29th, and these have been all cleared with the leadership, so there will be no legislative business going on during this time that you would be missing. So Tuesday morning in Minneapolis at Higher Ground, which is a homeless shelter operated by Catholic Charities, 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you can join us, and staff is welcome as well, we would love to see you there. Please RSVP. There is a form that went out with the email. If you need one of the purple T-shirts, I think Representative Ward has some available yet. And we would like to let our hosts know about how many people will be showing up. They've got an activity where we're packing some kits in the morning, so if we can let them know how many people are coming, that would be great. And I would yield to Representative Ward to chime in on this great activity as well.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Loon, and thank you, Representative Loon, for all your work on this year. Representative Loon actually was the one that put both events together this year, so thank you in a very, very much in a bipartisan way. So, members, she mentioned the shirts, and the purple shirts are highly sought after. And so we have a few left if you got one from last year. And members, we need you in order to make this a success. Representative Loon and I both know that, leadership knows that, but we need you to make a difference. You know, we often talk about making a difference in this chamber. Now's the time not to just talk the talk, but walk the walk. So Representative Loon has done a great job putting it together. Please, please, please look at the form. We're going to try to carpool and looking for drivers on that. Get the form filled in so we know how many we've got going. And there's a few purple shirts left. The old ones, if you had one last time, you don't get a new one. Just dig out your old one, for crying out loud. But those that don't have shirts yet, like Representative Albright, I think has probably one from last year. But if you need a new one that you haven't joined us yet, I've got some in my office. So get your form in and you'll get your shirt. And again, thank you, Representative Loon.
Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Tax Conference Committee will meet an hour after the Senate adjourns. They're still on the floor and not before 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just wanted to remind all of the members about the annual Minnesota Zoo Beastly Ball coming up this Saturday. And just to remind you that it's going to be at 5:30 on April 26th. And would love to see you there. I will be there and would love to have many of you join us and be a part in supporting the Minnesota Zoo. Thank you.
Representative Carlson.
Just a reminder, the Conference Committee and the Supplemental Appropriations Bill will be meeting 1/2 hour at this point after the Senate adjourns.
Representative Hansen.
123.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to let you know that tomorrow is Arbor Day, so to get you prepared for the trees will be coming. Thank you, Representative McNamara. He has them already, so just be prepared. Tomorrow is Arbor Day, and we'll be having trees.
Any other announcements? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Friday, April 25th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Friday, April 25th, 2014. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. GOP members will caucus in our caucus room here at the Capitol tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do not adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday, April 25th, 2014.